Today's exclusive coverage of the Mbna 500 presented by Gladiator Vans on TNN is brought to you by Ford and your Ford dealers. Have you driven a Ford lately? By the more than 1,000 AutoZone stores across America. AutoZone, the best parts in auto parts. By Red Dog Beer, bold yet smooth, unusually easy to drink. You are your own dog. And by Texaco Clean System 3 gasolines. Add more light to your car. Take it to the star.
Welcome back to Dover Downs as the cars move out from the garage area and onto the speedway for the first of what we expect will be several pace laps. You see Jeremy Mayfield stop there, and still a bit of water in the infield grass. From this morning, here's your AutoZone race analysis brought to you by the more than 1,000 AutoZone stores across America. 40 cars to start today's race over the 500-mile distance. Bill Elliott holds the race record set on the old asphalt surface at 125.9 miles per hour. Here's the way they'll line up today for 500 miles. Rick Mast has his third career pole, and Jeff Gordon his 12th front row start. He's the point leader. Kyle Petty won here in June. Bobby Labonte with 2 wins this year. Ward Burton's fourth top 10 start of the season, and Ricky Rudd, a 3-time winner of this race. Rusty Wallace won last week at Richmond. Hut Strickland was 4th here in June. John Andretti on the pole 2 weeks ago, and Jeremy Mayfield makes his 5th top 10 start this year. Todd Bodine has his best start since July. Robert Presley's won twice in Busch Series here. Ted Musgrave a close 3rd in the June race, and Steve Grissom his best run of the season in that brand new car purchased from Rick Hendrick. Dick Trickle has a 3rd on this track in 1990, his best career finish, and Mark Martin has finished 2nd here 3 times. Bill Elliott, a 2-time winner at Dover, and Derek Cope, who won here in 1990. Darrell Waltrip's a 2-time winner of this race. He has 5 Dover victories, and Terry Labonte makes his 500th consecutive start today. Rich Bickle, 6th start of the year for the Wisconsin driver, and Ricky Craven, the rookie point leader. Bobby Hillen has 2 top 10 finishes here, and Joe Nemechek was 10th in the June race. Jeff Burton led a few laps in last year's race. Dale Jarrett, recent winner at Pocono. Lake Speed finished 4th here in '88. Dale Earnhardt, 3-time Dover winner. Sterling Marlin, who's now slipped to 3rd in the point chase, and Michael Waltrip, who was 8th here in June. Morgan Shepherd finished 2nd here in '88. Bobby Hamilton, 3 Dover top 10s. Elton Sawyer makes his 2nd Winston Cup start here, and Jimmy Spencer, who finished 6th here 2 years ago. Dave Marcus makes his 45th Dover start. That leads all drivers. And Ken Schrader, whose last win came right here in 1991. Brett Bodine has a pair of top 10s this season, and Mike Wallace was 8th at Bristol 3 weeks ago. Jeff Bodine had to take a provisional start for this race, and Michael Rich, the 22-year-old Busch Series driver, makes his Winston Cup debut today. Ready to roll.
Boy, Dale Earnhardt had that mustache all started for deer season. He's a big hunter. Did you notice he was not really Dale Earnhardt today? That's the first time I ever seen him with any kind of facial hair at all.
The one thing, that's also like his rally cap. When Earnhardt doesn't shave, that means his thoughts are more focused, is what I feel.
What about Rusty here?
Rusty's waiting on the back of the field because he crashed the car he qualified, backed it into the wall yesterday morning's practice, midnight. He has to take Midnight Rider, the car he'll run today, and started from the tail end of the field. There's your pole sitter, Rick Mast. What's the story on pit road, Randy?
Well, you think the drivers might be a little antsy as they have to jump in their car after waiting an hour and some minutes. The track a little wet, but down here on pit road, the crews have been bringing their pit boxes out. They're trying to set up their air wrenches and their computer systems, and I mean, they are frantically working. There's tarpaulins out, crew members all over the place. So if we had to drop the green flag right now, these guys would not be ready to go. But it's amazing watching these guys get their pit set up, and they're working on. They're like ants all over the place, but they'll be ready to go when they drop the green flag. It's just fun to watch these guys work.
Looks a little like the Brickyard. Everybody's scurrying to get this race underway.
I tell you, there's been so many rain delays this year that NASCAR is getting to be experts. And one thing I've noticed they've done is that they didn't grid the cars on pit road to give all the crews and everybody a chance to dry the surface, as you've seen the fans blowing there.
On our 800 number, and that number is open all day today, 800-451-7331. Patty from California, why is everybody wearing red ties today?
It was a mistake.
It was a mistake?
It was a mistake.
I don't know where the tie police were today, but this tie isn't red. And here's manufacturers in the field. Ford, Chevys, and Pontiacs. Preponderance of Fords, 22. Chevy and Ford nearly equal in the win column. They have picked up the speed of the pace car to help dry the track. Mbna is the sponsor of this race. Jerry from Georgia calls it, must know what it stands for. We don't know. It's one of those corporate names that is just initials, but it's a very large bank headquartered out of Cleveland, Ohio, that's very big in the MasterCard business. I
bet the second letter stands for bank. MB.
Great guess.
That's why you're the expert. Dover Downs is 1 mile around. The straightaways are 1,000 feet, a little over 1,000 feet. Banking 24 degrees in the turns, 9 degrees on the straightaway. So this track dries very, very quickly. There's also a harness racing track inside this 1 mile oval. Spotters at the ready up on top of the TNN suite. Well, no, there's 8 suites in there. We don't have it all, and that's not where we get to sit. So they're going to send 2 cars out. They're going to send the 2 car rather. Rusty is going to go out and be the rabbit. That is, he's going to take a few laps at speed and see if the track is ready to race, and if the track is dry enough to go racing.
Well, the car you're looking at right now, as we alluded to earlier, is Midnight Rider. That's Rusty's backup car. He crashed here earlier Friday, but yesterday evening, in the last practice session, that car was really fast. So Rusty feels good about it, and he's pretty particular.
You're talking about Earnhardt in the hunting season?
Yep.
They called Rusty and said, "You want to go out and be the rabbit?" He said, "No, thank you."
What? Hey, he fell right into that one, didn't he?
Big news from the Robert Yates team, and Ricky from Connecticut called in. Will Robert Yates have both cars sponsored by Texaco next year? Ernie Irvin's coming back. Dale Jarrett is staying. The answer is no. Texaco will be on the 28 car. They will announce a new sponsor or 2 companies currently in the sport shortly for the car that Dale Jarrett will drive. It will carry number 88.
Mike, Rusty just reported he will not do these laps to be the rabbit out there. He said he's had enough trouble this week. He won't go out there and see the track's dry.
And Trent from Manitoba calls in about the status of Ernie Irvin. Ernie is going back racing at North Wilkesboro. He will run the Super Truck race and the Winston Cup race beginning at North Wilkesboro, so that's good news. Carl from Ohio, why don't we hear more about Rick Mast? Well, Rick Mast is on the pole. And I think Glenn talked to him earlier today when we first came on the air. He wants to win. He says, the pole is great. He says, I want to win.
Rick Mast is always got a fast race car, great driver, great sponsor, but it just always seems like, you know, something always little gets him, a parts breaks or somebody crashes in front of him. I mean, what better way to get your due than start on the pole? It's a great pole for him at a great racetrack.
Kenny, you win the dollar. MBNA was initially Maryland Bank. So it's now Maryland Bank, and the NA means nationally associated, so it's a national bank, but they just go by the initials. That's MBNA. Just look on your MasterCard. It'll be there.
Exactly.
Or look on the bill. It'll be there, along with those big numbers. The Winston Cup point standings. Jeff Gordon leads Dale Earnhardt by 279. There's the rest of the top 5.
It looked like Ricky Rudd's moved up here to be the rabbit and check the racetrack out. He's going by the pace car down the front straightaway right now.
The Texaco recap of point standings brought to you by Haviland Formula 3 Motor Oil. Add more life to your car. Take it to the star. You see that in the rest of the top 10 there. Morgan Shepherd anchors that top 10, 819 points back. And Ricky Rudd has decided he will go out and be the rabbit and check out the track conditions here. I said Rudd ran strong here in June, and down in his hauler, and he corrected me. He says, well, we were in the big wreck. I said, oops. He said, I must be a year behind, because he has had some great runs here and 3 victories here at Dover. His little boy Landon turned 1 year old the Bristol weekend, August 26th, and he is a flirt. He's got the deepest blue eyes, and any pretty girl that walks by Landon is just, come here, hold me, take me. Kid's gonna be all right.
Ricky's a proud father. You know, him and Linda, it's been quite a while, and they've had their first child, and congratulations to them, and they got a beautiful little boy.
Yep. He said they had to buy a motorhome to bring to the racetrack to carry all the baby stuff. He says you can't believe all the stuff that you accumulate when you have a little one. But Ricky and Linda are proud parents. We'll have in-car cameras for you, 5 different cars. And as soon as our helicopter can get up and the ceiling rises, we will show you views from 19 different cameras riding along today.
Mike, you can see Ricky Rudd just come off turn 2 over there. That's the only wet place on the racetrack, right around the walkover there. So it's not very long before we'll be under green, I believe.
See, you saw the Ward Burton car there. That's why they just go by the initials. That's all that'll fit on the quarter panel.
That's for sure.
One lap, we're going racing. That's the indication from NASCAR. One lap.
Track's in good shape. Just all the way, as you can see, the very top of the banking, a little bit of gray area. But I tell you, if you get up there, you're in trouble anyway.
Yeah, you're pretty much gone.
Yeah. I think the only thing just a little bit moist right now is the entrance to pit road.
One to go. 500 miles.
You know, the situation here is these guys are thinking, hey, you know, we need to test this racetrack out, but yet everybody is so worried about getting single file. So hopefully we'll get a cleaner start than we did the last race here, buddy.
The other thing they have to worry about, how much are the tires going to wear? They've washed all the rubber off the racetrack, so to speak, and will the tires go a full gas stop right now?
And you know, that seems to be always a story, tires, but we can't help it. It is a story. Once again, down in the garage area, Randy and Glenn told me that tires are only going 40 to 50 laps. Great tire, new surface, so we'll have to watch it and see what happens.
And yet this morning I talked to a couple drivers that said they look to go 60 to 70 laps without changing tires. So there's a lot of variance here on what will happen. There were no tire problems in the Busch race yesterday. Those cars are a bit lighter than the Winston Cup cars, but they did not have any tire wear difficulties of note. Pontiac pace car hauls them around, and we're set to go racing for 500 miles here on the concrete of the Monster Mile. Who will tame the monster today? As some 90,000 fans, largest sporting event crowd in the history of the state of Delaware, are on their feet. Rick Maz in the Skoll Ford of Richard Jackson hauls him down and into the lead, and Jeff Gordon's going to drop right in single file. There's Mark Martin dropping in line as everybody wants to get to the bottom.
Everybody's point right away is tell me when I can get down. They're saying to the spotters, tell me when I get down, and everybody trying to get down the line right now.
Well, Mike, one thing I think right now, running two abreast right now is not a dangerous part because you see the lead cars right now are single file, but back in there you see several of the cars on the outside. There's no rubber buildup on the outside, so it's not as treacherous as it will be after the tires begin to wear and peeling rubber up on outside the groove there.
We ran 200 miles yesterday in the Busch Race plus Winston Cup practice, but then the rain this morning probably took some of that rubber from the racetrack. But what kind of surface do we have now?
You've got a good racetrack right now. Of course, you don't have a groove as such. The tires right now are making a groove. You see Jeff Gordon there looking over Rick Mast. He would like to get these 5 points right away, and then he can kind of sit back and watch everything happen.
One thing for sure, yesterday we had a really dark black groove of rain all night long. He's washed some of it off. The more we go here, the blacker that racetrack's going to get.
See Ted Musgraves looking over the back of Bodine there, trying to make his spot. Run second here in the first race. He's always a contender here, Mike.
Rick Mast up front, Jeff Gordon, Kyle Petty, Bobby Labonte. Just about the way they started. Jeff Gordon has a look to the inside as they come toward turn 3. Puts it in there.
He's got it. There goes those 5 points. That's very valuable. Look at Petty coming underneath. You move to the outside here, you're going to lose 5, 6, 7 positions before you get back in line.
You know what was really interesting? Gordon did not really have position on it, but he had him out of his mirror. Rick looked up in the mirror and couldn't see him, so he for sure thought he was underneath him. I think that was a good move. We didn't need no contact early in the race, but it did cost him. Rick's sliding all the way back right now.
Ward Burton started 5th, reports a miss in the engine, and Darrell Waltrip said the car worked 3 different ways in the last practice: loose, looser, and loosest, his team said, losing a few spots here. Darrell was not happy with the car, said they had a good qualifying lap, but otherwise struggling a bit to find a setup here.
One thing about Darrell, his car's a little bit off. He won't cause anybody any problems this early in the race. You see him, he moved over to the outside of the racetrack and gives the faster cars the lower groove, which is much quicker right now.
There's Darrell up high. Joe Nemechek, Michael Waltrip, Bobby Hamilton, Jimmy Spencer get past. Oh.
Almost by. Jimmy just barely got into the side of Darrell, no harm.
You know,
here's Rick Mast. Look, and he got up in that top groove, and he still can't get down. He has dropped out of the top 10 from the lead in car 1.
There's your story. You see the 29 car, the black car there, that's Steve Grissom. They bought this car from Jeff Gordon's outfit there at Hendricks, and it's a car that sat on the pole earlier this year.
Yeah, this is a shame right here with Rick. He's caught to the outside. It's not that he can't get down. He just, they're still single file just going underneath him right now. He's got to play patient, because if he tries to get down too quick, as you see Mark getting on the inside of him right now, we could have a wreck. So he's trying to find a hole.
Bill Elliott moves underneath on the McDonald's board as Rick Mast continues to slide. There's the Kendall car, Rich Bickle aboard. Trouble turn 2, hard in the wall. That is Elton Sawyer and Lake Speed.
See, the cars slow way down there because racetrack, there's not much running room there. Everybody got by without making it worse than it was.
So first caution of the day comes out working lap 9 for a 2-car incident out at turn 2, Elton Sawyer and Lake Speed.
Well, we don't know what happened, but it's something we were talking about early, guys. You know, the track doesn't have much side-by-side racing room right now, and it's just an ever so little move to somebody trying to get position. And, you know, this is what happens.
Wow, that car used up there of Lake Speed.
You can tell that door was seamed in the middle. Here we go. The 9 car trying to get down. They
just make very little contact right there. You see Lake Speed turning sideways. Elton got in just on the end of the bumper there, just enough to turn him around.
Nemechek got him, and who is that? Michael Waltrip scooting through without much damage. Here's another look at it. Those cars already have gone past.
Turn 2 closes up like a closet right here. That's what's so dangerous about this racetrack. They're both side by side, and look what the cars got to do. Just needle their way through.
So we're under the first caution of the day here at Dover Downs. Jeff Gordon leads Kyle Petty, Bobby Labonte, Ward Burton runs in 4th, and Ricky Rudd is the 5th place car.
We got a report when Rick Mast said he only has rear brakes, which is definitely not what you want here.
And Craven got into the wall.
Okay. I'm going to try to follow up on that deal with Ward Burton.
They're making
it is indeed skipping.
They made a Panhard bar change on Darrell Waltrip's car there.
Yep. Yeah, Mast went from 1st to 20th. Yes.
This track usually gets tighter as it goes. I bet that's why they're loose right now, because there's no rubber on it.
Yep. Some of them are probably pushing, some of them are loose right now. We had that yesterday.
Okay. That's okay, Gary. Yeah. I have to say we have limited capability right now.
Shot.
Look at that. Okay, probably just going to top off with gas and stuff because he was towards the back.
Okay.
I don't know.
Where'd he go? Oh, he's pits are down.
Welcome back to Dover Downs, working lap 12 under the first caution of the day. Pit road still quite a bit damp, so a little slow getting in and out of there for pit stops. Rick Mast reported as having only rear brakes. That's the reason why he was fading a bit in the field. Panhard rod adjustment on Darrell Waltrip's car. And here is Lake Speed being hooked up and climbing out to have a look at the damage. Now we have some limited in-car capability. Our helicopter not yet up in the air, but here's what Brett Bodine saw.
Boy, boy, that's a mean look no matter how you look at it. I would hate to be in that situation coming up on that wreck and trying to decide where you want to go, because the cars behind you sometimes don't check up and they'll run right into you if you slow down too much.
Yeah, they always tell you to go where the wreck's happening by the time you get there to be gone, but you know, some of the guys who get up high, they put their brakes on, they don't come down, so sometimes it's a gamble to go where you think you should go.
So caution stays out. Donald from Wisconsin calls in. Well, he wants to know if Dodge's new Avenger is NASCAR legal. And if so, why isn't anybody racing it?
I couldn't answer that yet. I know that's a big hot topic, you know, because Dodge has come back in and done well in drag racing and, of course, in road racing, but no word yet on the NASCAR side.
No, I don't know if they've released the list of cars eligible for 1996, but we'll see. Rick Mast to slip back a bit. Here's Glenn.
Well, guys, as we reported, he only has rear brakes. They didn't bring him in. They didn't want to lose the track position. They're trying to adjust the car, or adjust the brakes from the car. Of course, they have an adjustment in there. They're going to see if that will work. If not, they'll definitely have to bring him in, because of all the places that I can think of to race with only rear brakes, this would be the last on the list. Also, to update you with Ward Burton, reported that he did have a miss in the car. Car owner Bill Davis confirmed that. He said it was a real slight miss. It wasn't consistent. It was kind of intermittent, but they hoped it would clear up. It really isn't hurting the performance of the car right now. They're bringing Lake Speed's car by me right now, and it's trashed.
Talking about Rick Mast only having rear brakes, I tell you one thing, this is one of the toughest walls of all to hit. I felt like my head was going through the back windshield here before I've hit so hard, and I tell you, back when the rear wheels lock up every time you touch the brake to go in the corner, it's like being on ice out there.
And this is one of the racetracks that when you got to run a little bit of brake getting in the corner, not much. You know, you don't want to use a lot of brakes on these bigger tracks, but you got to have it there for security, just to slow the car down just enough.
Pace car will dive in, and Jeff Gordon will bring them back to the line. 13, make that 14 of 500 laps complete. Kyle Petty in second, Bobby Labonte, Ward Burton, and Ricky Rudd, the front five.
First three cars got a nice start there. In my opinion, on this racetrack, if you can run out front like Jeff Gordon's doing right now, that's the best place for him to be in the points lead, is out front, because back in there, man, it gets kind of hairy going in these corners, double wide. You've seen what happened to several of the cars when they get caught on the outside there.
Right now, this 24 team of Jeff Gordon, and you can just feel the rhythm. They can't do no wrong. In almost a wreck yesterday and missed it in practice, and look at him now up front. And that's exactly where he wants to be in this championship run.
A little further back, here's Kyle Petty, Bobby Labonte, and Ward Burton. Second, third, and fourth. Ricky Rudd there, fifth, and closing the first Ford in the race.
That black car there, the Mbna car, is Ward Burton. Since he got in this car, I mean, he has really turned things around for Bill Davis. And everybody knows Bill Davis is one of the finer car owners in the country, and it's nice to see him back up front where he belongs.
Bill and Gail are great folks. We saw them last night on the boat cruise, and they just couldn't be happier with Ward Burton and the way that whole team has rallied around Ward, and they're pulling together.
If anybody has paid their dues to get in NASCAR Winston Cup racing, it's been Bill Davis. And I think Ward Burton is really hungry. Bill's hungry. They come together. They all had something to prove, and it's showing up on a racetrack. I talked about Jeff Gordon having rhythm right now. You know, you can feel it off the 22 car right now. They've had 2 top 10s in a row.
Take a look a little further back. There's your top 5. John Andretti, Huck Strickland, and Jeremy Mayfield, Todd Bodine, and Ted Musgrave battling.
They've been going at it quite a while there. Ted Musgrave was all the way up to his door just a second ago. Todd held him off, and they're single file right now. Jeremy Mayfield's done a whale of a job for Cale Yarborough racing this year, too.
Dale Jarrett just dove underneath Dale Earnhardt in a battle back in 21st spot. Earnhardt came from 28th. Also, Sterling Marlin's come from 29th up into the top 20. Here's your Napa Field standing update brought to you by Napa. We keep America running. Here's how they're running. Mayfield a little out of shape there.
Yeah, that's not good. If you're already loose this early in the race, it's not going to get better. It's going to get worse as the tires start to go away just a little bit. And as you can see, the back end's kicking out off the corner. That's a very uncomfortable thing to have here.
This is a tedious situation because right now your spotter's telling you to stay down, because if you get high, if you go up, everybody's going to come flying by you. But as you've seen the 75 cars up underneath that left rear quarter panel, you don't give him enough room, you know, then we have another situation.
All right, here's Sterling Marlin. He's climbed to 18. Sterling started deep in the field today. Now up to 17th, rather. He started 29th. And Kodak Chevrolet. Jeff Burton right behind him, and the Ray Vestas breaks forward to number 8. It has been officially announced Jeff Burton will go to Jack Roush next year in a third car. Three-car team for Jack Roush next year.
You know, as you watch Sterling Marlin, one thing that I've learned about qualifying for Winston Cup racing, you only get one lap. So Sterling only got one lap. Maybe it wasn't the best lap. He started way in the back. You tell his car was not as bad as where he qualified because he's coming to the front.
Well, a lot of people don't put a lot of emphasis on qualifying setup. They try to set up for the race, and it didn't work for him in qualifying, but you can see Sterling's car right on the bottom of the racetrack. It's handling well right now.
And that's really going to pay off, buddy, when the tires get worn out. If you still can stay on the bottom and not slide up and leave that bottom open for somebody to pass you.
Back behind him, Bobby Hillen Jr. just ahead of him. Jasper Engines US Air 77. Hillen has come from 23rd to 16th. He's gained 7 spots.
I watched Bobby in practice. They ran like a 25-lap run, and he got out of his car, walked to his trailer, so they were really happy with it. We'll have to see how that car performs deeper into the race, but right now it's picking off right where it left off in practice, and that's a good running race car.
For the first time today, the folks in the front stretch have taken their seats. They were on their feet for the first 24 laps, and they, like us, realize it's going to be a long afternoon here at Dover Downs for these drivers and for the folks that have braved the weather to be a part of this record crowd. Where is Dale Earnhardt? Well, 24th place right now.
Yeah, he's not coming to the front like everybody anticipated. He was one of the fastest cars in practice, but he's struggling just a little bit right now.
Right behind him, Morgan Shepherd in the Citgo Ford of the Wood brothers. It was announced yesterday that Morgan would not be with that team next year. No replacement driver named as yet.
You know, the thing about Dover is this race is so long, you get down a lap. It's not like being down a lap because, I mean, you feel bad that you are, but you just keep on hammering. Because Earnhardt's not going to the front right now, you know, he catches a caution, works on the car, and you see all the teams doing that year during this race. You just keep working and working. So, being that he's not making a move, I mean, it is a story, but you know they'll get that car right.
And Darrell Waltrip will go a lap down. He was the last car in line when that caution flag came out at lap 9. And now Waltrip's Western Auto Chevy falls a lap to the leaders. 27 and 500 laps complete here at Dover Downs. We'll be right back.
Schrader got out of the way. Spencer got under him 2 or 3 times there. He decided,
yep,
not
this early.
Those two have a history, don't they? Okay.
I think right now it's evident that the track changed. The track, you know, pretty spread out.
Bobby Labonte's moving well. Third.
Yeah, sure is.
Boy, Darrell just stopped.
Is he that loose, or is the motor?
I don't know. He's way out.
Today's exclusive coverage of the MBNA 500 presented by Gladiator Vans on TNN is brought to you by Allied Signals Ram Filters. You can pay a little now or a lot later.
Welcome back to Dover. Lap 33. Rick Mast makes a pit stop for tires. His car had fallen back a bit, and Darrell Waltrip had been lapped. He is in the pits now. Let's go down to Glenn.
Well, I just came up to Rick Mast's pit. I was down checking on the Ward Burton had radioed in that he had some smoke inside the car. His car owner Bill Davis told me yes indeed they did, but they didn't know what it was. It didn't seem to be too serious. They're hoping that that old adage where there's smoke there's fire is definitely not true right now, so they're not too concerned. We're going to try to check with Mast's crew, find out exactly what they did, and I'll get back to you.
Thanks, Glenn. Darrell Waltrip radioed in. He had a tire going flat. They have replaced 4 tires in the Western Auto Chevy and sent Darrell back out. Here's John Andretti and Hut Strickland going at it. Andretti started 9th. Strickland started in the 8th position today. They're running 6th and 7th right now.
John Andretti is doing a great job this year. He's already got a pole and everything. I mean, everything is in line for this kid to really move up in the Western Cup division. Got a great team. Wow, Hut Strickland really come in that corner hard. I thought he'd got in the back of John Andretti just going into turn 3 just then.
The thing that I'm impressed with John Andretti right now, this is a very high-profile team. 2 great car owners, Michael Kranifus, a little bit looser with the 26 car coming up. You know, they ran good at the first year. They had some problems, and now he's came back and had a strong 8th place last week in Richmond. Kid's hanging on to that car right now. He looks to be really loose, the 37 car does.
Todd Bodine closing in with Fox Factory Stores for it, 75. It's a quicker tape machine of Hut Strickland. Looking to move up, but
oh, a little contact there. But
was it, or did Andretti just get loose?
no, I think it was just a little bit of contact getting in there. Hut's getting in the corner so much better right now. John would be well advised just to go ahead and let Hut get by because he's closing in on him almost a car length getting in the corner.
If the spotter was on the radio right now, they'd say, John, there's nobody behind Todd Bodine. Just let him go. Because right now, it's a wreck waiting to happen.
It's not like if you move up, you're going to let 20 cars go.
Right. You're afraid to get up because you think this whole train's going to come by. But if you're watching this and seeing this happening, you're like, just let him go.
Glenn, what was wrong with Rick Mast?
Well, Mike, he thought he had a tire going down. They came in and changed tires. They haven't found it yet. There's some discussion right now among the Goodyear people. They're looking at one of the tires that came off of it. And let me tell you, when they took those tires off, this thing really attracted a crowd. All the nearby crew chiefs sent somebody over.
There it is.
Take a look.
We have a wreck coming off turn 2. Todd Bodine goes up in the air.
An awful chain reaction crash at lap 40. Hut Strickland got into the back of John Andretti.
We called this 10 laps ago. I mean, there you have it. That's why when you look in the mirror and the car is really gaining, getting in on the corner, you just, it's better to let them go on by this early in the race.
Well, buddy, you know, I mean, me and you both were race car drivers. You know, we've been through this before, and I really, really hate to see that happen this early in the race because all 3 of those cars had great race cars. It's just that you can see it coming. You know, you don't want to give those positions up, but yet you want to run the whole race.
Look who was the innocent victim there, Todd Bodine. Strickland will drive away and beat the pace car with what's left of his car.
Todd got way up in the air. He made heavy contact right up against the wall there.
That's a real shame. This is a little over 4-hour race, and 3 guys bumper to bumper, and poor Todd coming to the front, and now this is going to make a real long day for him.
He had a good race car. Here it is again.
Well, you can see Hut right on the bottom of the racetrack there. He comes in, they make contact right here. There goes John sideways up towards the outside wall. Todd's into Hut Strickland. Now watch him come up and really make contact from John Andretti. See, the car almost turned over. It really got up in the air there.
You know, buddy, it almost looked like, here's the aftermath of it. Bodine, of course, with nowhere to go.
Wow.
Well, if he didn't bend the right front wheel back on that, I'll be surprised.
You know, Mike always try to figure out why it happened. It's just that it looked like the Andretti car was loose, slow in the middle of the corner, and timing just wasn't right, that's for sure.
Let's check with Glenn on pit road.
Well, Jeff Burton has brought the DuPont Chevrolet in, Mike, for 4 tires and fuel. Excuse me, Jeff Gordon. I'm sorry, I said Jeff Burton. They have not made an adjustment on the car. Obviously, it seems to be working well. Robert Presley gets by him. I have a suspicion they only changed 2 tires, but Gordon got 4, and he's away. Rick Mast is coming back in. The Goodyear people found nothing wrong with his tires. We also got a report that Martin ran over some debris from that wreck. Randy?
Well, Hut Strickland is in. He definitely won't win today. Heavy damage to the front and rear of the Quaker State Ford. He's down and away, but heavy damage, and he's also had this pit crew down here had a little talk with the 37 pit crew, so there's exchanges going on. 37 guy came down here to vent his frustration just a little bit, but tough break for all these guys wrecked, everybody involved in this one. Man, bad deal.
Thanks, Randy. 41 laps complete here at Dover Downs. Already turn 2 has become Calamity Corner, and we've had our second caution of the day at that location. We'll be right back after this.
Happened. I hated that happened.
Well,
I mean, even though we called it.
It's yesterday's race all over again.
Yeah. You know, that's really we made the comment. If the spotter would just say, let him go.
You need an experienced
spotter.
Yeah, very good.
Good. Then let's do that. Boom, boom, boom. Promo.
Okay. Joe, if you mind, when we get to soundbite 2, I have an 800 question that actually answers.
Look at that car.
Michael Waltrip thing.
Blew the back window out of it.
Yeah.
That thing is junk. Look at the roll. Look at the hoop.
Today's exclusive coverage of the MBNA 500 presented by Gladiator Vans on TNN is brought to you by the more than 1,000 AutoZone stores across America. AutoZone, the best parts in auto parts.
Starting to get some in-car capability there, as you saw from the back of Dave Marcus's car. And Dick Trickle, Sterling Marlin, and Jeff Bodine back on pit road. Now, Kyle Petty fell from 2nd under the green to 21st coming out of the pits. Glenn?
Well, I'm in his pit right now, standing beside his crew chief, Barry Dodson. They had an air wrench that malfunctioned, Mike, but you got some other concerns, Barry. It's some excessive tire wear, it looks like.
Yeah, it's that way up and down pit road, no matter whose car. We saw it yesterday in a bush race. It's the same tire, and it's an excellent tire. What we didn't need was a hard rain we had last night, and it's going to take a while to get the track rubbered back in.
All right, also, we will point out right now that NASCAR will take away the left side tire changer. The guys will only have 2 tire changers next week. Reason for that, all safety related. A lot of tires are being left on pit road. This will free one more guy up to remove those tires. One crewman was injured last week, but the main thing is NASCAR got tired of seeing all those tires being left. So after this week, only 2 tire changers.
Extra stop on Sterling Marlin's car. They had a lot of tape on the grill for that car. They've now made their 3rd pit stop, and it looks like that's where they're working, in the grill and the right side wheel well area.
Mike, it looks like well, this is why we're on the caution. Hut Strickland gets in the back of John Andretti, just coming off turn 2. Very treacherous part of the racetrack. You see John going up into the wall. In just a second, you'll see Todd Bodine collecting. Todd Bodine had nowhere to go there. Such a shame. Those guys have had a real... This is Todd Bodine's type of year right here. He's just been in the wrong place at the right time too many times.
Andretti's car is done for the day. As the wrecker drags it back to the garage, we are at lap 45. Robert Presley was the first car out of the pits. He's the new leader.
What I was going to say about Sterling.
Yeah.
Look at his spoiler on the front. Half of it's torn off.
Oh, is that it?
Yeah. If we can get a shot of Valence.
Yeah, there it is.
Valence on the left front, they're working on it. He's been in some kind of a smash up.
Boy, he'll have some lift there, won't he?
Is anybody down that way?
You know what it looks like, buddy?
What?
It looks like he might have gone down to the flat to miss that wreck and knocked the right side valence off it.
That could be. Yeah.
You think?
That's what they were working on anyhow. You can see the yellow tape here.
Today's Ford Buddy Baker driving trip is brought to you by, one lap to go.
Yeah. Get rid of that.
One to go.
You can help me a moment with my driving tip in a few seconds. Okay. John Andretti's in that too.
Okay.
Ooh, that'll be fun to watch.
Yeah.
That'll be fun to watch. 15th and 16th.
Are we going to show that in that driving tip? We're going to show Spencer missing. Yeah.
One to go, and we'll go racing as you watch Mark Martin ready to go to work behind the wheel of the Jack Roush Valvoline Ford. Sterling Marlin went in to repair the right front valence, the lower portion of the spoiler. He may have dipped off the banking sharply or back up on to miss that accident scene. Knocked that askew, so a lot of tape on the front of the Kodak car. Still a lot of work going on Hut Strickland's car. Opryland's the official destination of NASCAR. For more information, call 615-889-6611 on weekdays for information about Opryland USA. There's a look at Sterling's car.
They put a lot of black tape there on the right side. You can see it almost all the way across the valence there on the very bottom. They've done a lot of work on that car to get it back right.
Green flag. Rick Mast, who is 1 lap down, lined up next to Robert Presley. Check that, he's showing 2 laps off the pace. We'll get that confirmed. But we're at lap 47 and we're back under green. And Mast, the pole sitter, cannot get past his Skoal teammate Robert Presley to gain back up on the lead lap. So Jeff Gordon, the second place car. Earnhardt and Rusty Wallace started right together in 15th and 16th.
Look at that power move. You see Jeff Gordon just turn that car coming off the corner and go right by Rick Mast on the bottom side. That's hard to do because you need all that racetrack to get the momentum to go down the straightaway.
While that's happening, Robert Presley's finally leading some nice, strong laps as a rookie, and out in front right now, and Jeff Gordon running second.
Randy Pemberton.
Well, John Andretti has come from the infield care center. John, that was a tough break. What happened?
Well, I guess, in racing there's going to be some accidents, and some guys just trying to get to the front. My Kmart Little Caesars car was a little loose, and just trying to bide our time till the first pit stop, and unfortunately we didn't make it that far.
Absolutely killed the car. You killed the car, but are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. I mean, we'll be back, and we'll just try and get the whole team gathered up and go after it again. Dover's been a tough place for me this year. I look forward to coming back, but I don't know about right away.
Okay, Martinsville next. Thanks, John.
John Andretti rather gracious with his comments as Ricky Rudd has now moved up into 4th place. And up at the lead, Jeff Gordon is headhunting Robert Presley.
See Jeff Gordon's car. I mean, it's spectacular from the center part of the corner to the straightaway, Kenny.
I tell you, the whole Hendricks team has been really awesome this year, but especially Gordon. I mean, he hasn't missed it anywhere. To the Gordon team, if they miss it, it means they've run 6th. So, I mean, he's been leading this race. Robert Presley's doing a whale of a job, though, right now. I don't think new tires, are so much an unbelievable advantage. We've seen the winner yesterday win the race with some used tires on, but, here's Robert with on used tires.
And just behind them is Ward Burton in the 22 car there, the black car you see there. That car is really on the move. It's great run for Ward, and I know he's enjoying this.
Well, Bill Davis, who owns that car, they had Jeff Gordon in their Busch car, lost him to Chevrolet. They got another talented young driver named Bobby Labonte. Lost him to Joe Gibbs. Started this season with Randy LaJoy. A couple of fellows have been in that car, and now Ward Burton has helped pull that team together as Gordon takes the lead, and Burton follows him right on through, puts Robert Presley to third.
Well, Robert was real lucky to have a chance to get back in line there and not lose more spots. Just behind him, you see the 10 car, which is running fourth right now, of Ricky Rudd.
Robert's got to be careful. He'll just play a game of patience. Everybody's getting underneath of him right now. You know, I mean, this is a tough situation for him.
He's going to hold third for the moment. Ted Musgrave was the second Ford in this race, running in fifth in the Family Channel 16.
And just behind him is the other team car, Mark Martin. So Jack Roush has some cars up near the front right now, and the cars look really good in the corner, both of them.
Asked Ricky Rudd this morning, said, can you win this race today? And he said, you know, Mike, if it was asphalt, I'd say yes, we could, because we won here 3 times on asphalt. We knew what the car would do, and when it reacted a certain way, how things would go from there. But we just haven't run enough on the concrete to be confident enough in what the car will do. He says, we've got a good car. I'm not sure if we've got a winning car yet. Rusty Wallace went past Dale Earnhardt, and the crowd came to their feet.
Right now, this is what the crowd's watching. There's been a little bit of bad blood between these two in the past couple of races, and when Rusty went by Dale, you could just see the crowd jump up and start reacting. Both of them are hard-charging drivers, and before the day's out, you'll see both these guys up near the front.
They're 14th and 15th. Dale Jarrett just moved up to 9th place. Darrell Waltrip's woes continue. He continues to run, but at a reduced pace.
You see the field come by here right now. Rusty, you know, was running around the 20th spot because he had to start tailback. Just shows you what a great job the pit is running. Right now, Rusty's running in the 14th spot.
Started this race 40th because he had to go to the backup car after crashing in yesterday morning's practice. Moving up on Derek Cope. Look at the lead Jeff Gordon has built up there as we look back. Find that second pack, headed up by Steve Grissom.
Mike, look at that train right there. If you jump a little bit sideways there, you could go from 5th to 20th without any problem whatsoever, because these cars are just like a freight train coming down through here, and if you miss the groove just a little bit, you talk about backpedaling, you will do something.
And it looks like with the racing we've had and with the concern about surface and tire wear with this new concrete, it looks as if this is a racetrack that now demands a tremendous amount of patience.
If you don't have patience, you won't be here very long. You'll find the truck, you'll be loading it up because you'll be in there with a wreck.
This is a racetrack where everybody comes to and they're real concerned about, because right here you're seeing everybody's bumper to bumper, and it's like, don't get out of line, don't get out of line. You get out of line, you know, then you go clear to the back. But it's better, you know, to do that than end up being in the wreck. So patience is the biggest key here. But, you know, then again, you're either right or wrong. How much patience do you give it? So, it's a really rough, hard racetrack to run.
See Bobby Hamilton there in the 43 car that Richard Petty made so famous. He's trying to get some kind of break. If Earnhardt gets under Rusty, of course, he'll follow him right on by, but Rusty's running extremely well right now. Just behind him, Bobby Hillin. Great run today.
Steve Grissom pulls up on Robert Presley. Going to do it on the outside or lose a couple of spots.
Jeremy trying to get that nose up under him. He makes the pass coming off turn 2 over there.
Bobby Labonte got past, and also Dale Jarrett continues to move up. There's Bill Elliott. Boy, like you said, once you get out of that groove,
yeah.
This looks like Talladega. You just kind of sit out there and you get clotheslined.
And this is where you're mad now. Spotter's mad. But, you know, what are you going to do? You got to wait to get back down. I mean, he has no choice right now. He might be better than that 43 car, but he can't get down.
He could get hungry before he gets a break from that group right there.
Jeff Gordon leads at 63 laps. Ward Burton runs in second. Ricky Rudd has moved up to third. Ted Musgrave is fourth. Mark Martin fifth.
Oh, man, he's fast.
Huh? You know what's going to happen? I'm not going to put the word on it. Well,
going to wrap the championship up early.
Nope. They're wearing tires really bad.
Yeah.
And he's running hard as anybody out there. If there's going to be any excess wear,
oh, Jimmy,
it'll be somebody like him that's running that hard.
Jimmy's mirror driving the crap out of Sterling. He is.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man. Did you see that one where they're coming off 4?
Oh, yeah, look at there. Starting almost.
Mirror driving this.
I'll tell you one
Can you
thing.
show us 23 and 4
That
before
won't
they wrecked?
last.
Got it.
Sterling the pop.
It happened. It didn't wreck, just that.
Look at this. Bobby Hamilton by Russell. Wow.
Let him go. Ducked right in.
Hard. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good
Look
stuff.
at Earnhardt going up. Bobby Hilton was on the inside of Earnhardt.
Yeah.
Nah.
Gary, when we come back, can we interval back? That Buddy wants to talk about how Jeff Gordon is running the tires off the car.
It's a good piece, yeah.
First to second. Interval first to second.
Talking about Buddy saying it.
Can we talk to Glenn real quick before we come back?
Yep.
Hey, Glenn.
Yeah.
How bad was the tire wear on that car a while ago?
His tire wear looked pretty good. It was pretty neutral. I didn't see any cords on Jeff Gordon. But Evernham said he's concerned. He's always concerned when he comes here. If you want me to, I'll follow up with a comment from him after you say it.
That'd be neat.
All right.
And is anybody?
I'm in his pit now.
All right. Is anybody near Darrell? That car has been bad, and now they've been in the pits for a while.
I'm right here. I'll check on them again.
Thanks,
they
Randy.
took a rubber out before.
Tell him to what?
They stuck one in.
Yeah.
Got a flat.
Yeah, I always write them. Always write them down here.
Randy, they just had the right sides way up in the air. .69 laps complete. There's your leader, Jeff Gordon, and we'll show you the tremendous advantage he has built up. He is really setting a torrid pace. Is it maybe too fast a pace?
Mike, I'm a little bit concerned. I'll be honest with you. He's driving the wheels off this car, and we know there's a little bit of excess tire wear because of the rain last night. I don't know whether Ray and them are having any handling problems at all on that car as well as just running. They don't seem to be, but I bet Glenn would know.
Check with Glenn in a moment on that. Ward Burton continues to run third, or second rather. You saw him in the picture, but he is 2 full seconds behind Jeff Gordon. Ricky Rudd is third, Ted Musgrave fourth, Mark Martin fifth. So it's Chevy, Pontiac, and 3 Fords in the top 5. Darrell Waltrip at a long stay on pit road under green. His woes continue. John Andretti is in the garage, and so is Elton Sawyer and Lake Speed. Bobby Hamilton's been on the move. He got a 5th place last week at Richmond. Second top 5 of the season.
He's on the move like big time. It's not one of these deals where he's just, clicking off a little bit. He's been getting a car, a lap. I mean, it looks like he's got 50 more horsepower than anybody. He is really coming to the front.
9th place battle here.
Robert started on that restart and kind of fell to the back, but he's kind of neutraled out, although the 43 car goes by him.
Only took 2 tires?
Only took
we
2.
Thought.
Yeah, that's how he got to the front. He got the lead, but he's kind of steadied out, and now he's running real good, and looks like he's running in the 9th spot now.
Leader Jeff Gordon trying to run away from this field. Glenn Jarrett's in his pit.
Ray Evernham, the crew chief. Ray, he's running awfully hard, and you got to be concerned about tire wear here.
Well, we're a little bit concerned. Goodyear brought a good tire, but we haven't had a chance to make a long run on it. We're trying to back him down a little bit, get him to slow the pace down.
Well, there you have it, guys. They're awfully concerned. Everybody down here monitoring tire wear. As soon as one team takes the tires off, the other teams come to look, see what happens.
Thanks, Glenn. There is Jeff Gordon, and his lead continues to build. It's now nearly 3 seconds.
Well, a lot of times we've seen people actually start babying the car just a little bit, and it actually gets through the corner better because you're not scrubbing. Maybe he's found a little rhythm there that he's getting around the racetrack, and you don't feel that he's abusing the car, but he is flying around this racetrack.
I've been in situations, buddy, and I'm sure you have too, where you're like really running like Jeff Gordon is running way out front, and the crew gets concerned, says back off. You back off, and you're running faster. I mean, it's just the car is really working good right now. He's not pushing, he's not loose. He's just flying through the corner.
11th place battle here. Bill Elliott just surrendered it to Derek Cope. Now, Wallace and Earnhardt, and Bobby Hillen and Terry Labonte have a chance to get underneath Bill Elliott. Elliott with only 1 top 10 finish in the last 4 events. Second place has changed hands. Ricky Rudd has moved up to second. He has passed Ward Burton. Rudd is We don't do predictions, but he's got a strong horse today.
Mike, he's won a race every year for the past 12 years, and I'll tell you one thing, he looks mighty strong right now, but so does Jeff Gordon.
Darrell Waltrip to the garage. Frustrating day. Randy Pemberton's been hanging out in Darrell's pit. Randy?
The engine is fine. That car, you'll hear a term in this sport, and a driver, crew members, they refer to it as junk. We're junk today, and it's not that the Western Auto is a $100,000 race car. They absolutely flat missed the setup. They think a lot of it had to do with the weather. They worked, they put a rubber in and out of the right rear, worked on the rear sway bar, worked on the rear end. Darrell said, I can't drive it. So they're going to go in and use this thing as a test session. So they're going to work on the Western Auto too.
You know, every once in a while this sport has something like that happen. It's been happening a lot. You know, I've heard of people just saying we are so bad we're getting lapped every 20, 50 laps, but you never really hear much about it on TV. So, I mean, for Darrell to admit that, and right now they're going back to the garage area to totally rebuild the car, use it as a test session. We'll have to see how he comes back out on the racetrack and if he is a lot better.
Well, as you said, that's what Steve Grissom's team felt, and they went and bought a car they knew was a fast car here, the car Jeff Gordon sat on the pole with in June. And brought it here to try to turn their fortunes around. 80 laps complete. Jeff Gordon leads. Ricky Rudd is beginning to close in. Ward Burton is third. Mark Martin and Ted Musgrave, the top 5.
A lap down already.
Man, the kid's flying.
Yep.
He really is.
I mean, unbelievable.
So is Rudd. I think Rudd's running the same lap times.
And Rudd's probably got, you know, he's more,
Yeah.
you know what I mean, rhythmatic.
Ooh, boy, Bobby Hillin just about got in the back.
Earnhardt's kind of slowing down right 3/4 way through the corner. I've been watching that.
I would have told you this. If Ricky doesn't win this, I'll be surprised.
Really?
Yeah.
I think so.
I mean, anything.
He's the type of driver that's going to win one. That's right. You know.
Watch Hillin here, huh? Well,
I'm afraid to.
Right. There's where he's fast. See how he comes up on him so quick?
Yeah.
Well, he about got
Hey,
him.
that 3 and 77 battle's a good one.
Man, I'll tell you what, they're straight away behind Rusty and Earnhardt.
Look at the damage on the 15 on the front. When did he get wrecked?
Early. They made 2 pit stops in that first or second wreck. I forget which one he was.
That's fine. He's good.
Kind of a mess of. Probably the first one.
Ricky's catching him.
You know, Mark Martin moved in the 4th, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's fine.
He's catching the Ward Burton car.
You know, I hate to say, but what kind of follows this? Tick, 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 tick.
Yeah, every time. Every time.
Man, don't say that.
He's right, though.
Yeah.
He's right.
I won't say I told you so.
No.
And I hope it doesn't. But
That's an awful aggressive race for a man that's winning the championship.
yes. Good point. But
Today's exclusive coverage of the MBNA 500 presented by Gladiator Vans on TNN is brought to you by Ford and your Ford dealer. Have you driven a Ford lately?
welcome back to Dover Downs. Ernie Elliott atop the war wagon for his brother Bill. Good pack racing going on here as Derek Cope has a look underneath Robert Presley, who doesn't leave much underneath there.
You can see Robert Presley's car is extremely loose getting out of the corner there. As he started off the corner, the back end jumped sideways. Derek Cope runs right up under him. Watch, just coming off the corner here, the kick out just a little bit. That's where they get him right there.
So the straight arrow mane and tail shampoo car drops to the bottom, and Presley comes down to cover the spot. How much?
Whoa!
Oh. And at third place, Mark Martin is going to get underneath Ward Burton. Put 2 Fords in the top 3. All right, let's go back. Derek Cope has gotten past Robert Presley, and choo-choo, here comes the train.
Smart move.
Now that was smart because he does have a handling problem at the moment, and he just moved out of the way and let these guys go. That's a very heads-up move.
And note in that pack, Bobby Hillin has passed Dale Earnhardt. Hillin was much stronger from the middle of the corner out, and here's Hillin flying after Rusty Wallace.
That's two of the best people in racing right there, and Bobby Hillen's running a great race today. I'm glad to see it for him.
That plane's on time. And Bobby Hamilton takes Ted Musgrave out of 5th place. Boy, when the handling starts to go away, it goes away.
Kenny, you've raced here many times. If you've got a car working like Hamilton's car is right now, where you turn in the middle of that race track and bring it right down on the white line in the middle of that corner, you can make a lot of time up on race cars.
If you can do that here, it seems like everybody else has got problems. It's like, am I this fast, or is everybody else having problems? Bobby's slicing through the field right now big time. I mean, he had to come from towards the back of the field. Boy, it's a lot of fun. It's like you're not even trying, and you're just passing everybody.
Bobby Labonte, the Interstate Battery Chevy of Joe Gibbs, he is up to 6th place now. Let's go to his pit.
Well, I asked crew chief Jimmy Maycar, Mike, as to when their next pit window would be, when they would stop. He said he didn't really know. He said around 60 laps. He thought they were really watching tire wear, as is everybody. I asked him, well, how are you doing that from the pits? Of course, they do it with the stopwatch, checking lap times. But also, Jimmy is up way up on top of the war wagon, the tool chest, watching the car go in the corner. He says he can tell by looking at the car just how much traction it's getting. So everybody still, as I said earlier, on top of this tire wear.
You see Dale Jarrett right there in the 28 car. He started way back, and yesterday in practice, he was off the mark of what he needed to really run this racetrack right, but they've made some adjustments on that car, and it's flying today.
Yeah, Dale started 26th. I mean, he's running a real consistent race that could win him this race. He's not so fast that you're scared of the tire wear. He's running just picking him off just right.
Meanwhile, leader Jeff Gordon's getting up into some traffic, pulling underneath Mike Wallace in the Heilig Myers Ford of Judy Donlevy. And Ricky Rudd is closing in. He has narrowed the gap.
This is what's scary. We're only 93 laps into the race. We've had some cautions, and they're already lapping. So, I mean, 500-lap race, that means a lot of these guys are going to be 5-6 laps down. 2
yellows so far. We have been green for the last, 45 laps or so.
Mike, these are not bad race cars. He's putting a lap on here. That's Mike Waltrip right there, and he's just driving by him like he's got the brakes on. Jeff Gordon has definitely got everything working in his way right now.
He's on a mission. As you look at the rundown, Gordon about 2 seconds ahead of Ricky Rudd. Let's show you the interval. There's Michael Waltrip, the lap car, and there's the tied Ford of Ricky Rudd. Lap car of Dick Trickle just behind. Mark Martin is now up to 3rd, Ward Burton 4th, and Bobby Hamilton is up to 5th. Hamilton looking for his 2nd straight top 5 finish.
Tell you something I did notice there. We're talking about how fast Jeff Gordon was right now. I didn't see he's already. You talking about the cars he's lapped? Bill Elliott already, Dick Trickle, Michael Waltrip. So he's got some pretty good cars already down.
Coming up on the 100-lap mark, and there is the pass for 4th place. Bobby Hamilton is flying in the STP Pontiac of Richard Petty. Momentum.
Mike, that's when you drive a race car for nothing. When they work like that, it's just so much fun to have everything going your way, and you come up on a car and you don't have to wait for 10 laps to get by him.
Coming up on the 100-lap mark here at Dover Downs. Jeff Gordon leading Ricky Rudd. Mark Martin in 3rd. Bobby Hamilton now 4th. And the 5th place car is Ward Burton. Bobby Labonte 6th. Dale Jarrett 7th. Ted Musgrave 8th. Derek Cope 9th. Bobby Hillen 10th. No, you're fine, son. You were fine.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Bobby Hillen got by Rusty.
Yep. Where is he running?
Whose car is that? Whose in car is that, please?
That's under the cam. Look at that. Look at that play.
Thank you.
Just touching the ground.
Is that Brett?
Yeah.
Yeah, Brett. Gordon's getting ready to take half the field down left if it stays green right here.
Yep.
Because the 77 car is 10th, and he's behind.
And this is the last time we have to do this sponsor, BJ, right? I heard 2.
You know Sterling's going to be a lap down here in just a second.
Yeah. Hey, he's only a straightaway behind Rusty. Look at that.
Kyle's fixing to go a lap down.
Okay, hey guys, talking about Gordon running so hard, he just radioed in, said he thought the right front was going away real bad. Evernham told me he thought they would go around to lap 130. There's no way they'll make it that far. 60, 65 laps is about the max they can do, I believe. They're walking on eggshells, yeah.
Next time around,
Kyle Petty is getting ready to come in right now.
Next time around will be 60 laps on this set.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at.
Okay.
Kyle can't get down. Now.
Today's exclusive coverage of the MBNA 500 presented by Gladiator Vans on TNN is brought to you by Wolverine DuraShocks. Guaranteed to be the world's most comfortable boots or your money back.
Kyle Petty is the first of the contenders to make a pit stop under green. It's been 60 laps since they pitted under caution, and it's right side tires. Coors Light Pontiac. Glenn's there.
Well, I'm here, but Kyle's not. He just left with a big pile of smoke, spun the tires. It's slick down here. The right side tire changer slipped and fell, but no harm done there. But they only put on two tires. Barry Dodson said the right sides are worn out. Like you said, Mike, about 60 laps is about all they're going to go. They're not real happy down here.
Won't be long till pit road gets very busy. Watch Steve Grissom trying to stay on the lead lap just ahead of leader Jeff Gordon, who also radioed in and said he felt like the right front was starting to give up a little.
Boy, oh boy. If those tires were worn out, Jeff Gordon's has got to be worn out too. So you see him, he's still sticking to the bottom of the racetrack though.
Mark Martin, that's Ward Burton just ahead of him. 5th place. Valvoline Ford.
And that little dot up there, that's Bobby Hamilton moving off for turn 2 there down the back straightaway.
Yeah, I think right now is the point of the race where we're seeing, okay, 60 laps is where pace is dropping off. So it's going to be interesting who of the guys right up front are going to call the rhythm. In other words, when the first top guy starts pitting, then you can see everybody's going to start coming in.
And this is where we're kind of back to the old Dover, where when you lose the handle, you start to climb the hill. The problem is once you get up out of that second groove, that's where all those marbles are, little bits of the rubber that have worn off the tires, and you can't run up there. Here, look at how Mark has closed up on Ward Burton.
See Ward's car wiggling just a little bit there. It's a little bit loose coming up out of the corner.
And what he's doing there, he's playing with the throttle. Okay, let's say he's not dead sideways, but he's not totally wide open the way he needs to be. So right here, he's a little loose. He's up out of the gas a little bit because he can feel the rear and wants to come around. Mark dipping down underneath of him.
Change at 4th place as leader Jeff Gordon. Now has heavy traffic. Jeremy Mayfield just ahead. Robert Presley on the inside. Ricky Rudd is at the tail end of that pack of traffic, trying to get back to the leader.
Well, that
Gordon
car's
to the high
working.
side.
Watch out. That's a bad place, but he made it.
Jeff right now is lap the 18th place car, 19th, 18th. So.
And Presley immediately drops to pit road once he went a lap down. Ricky Rudd will come into the picture here, the 2nd place car in the tied Ford. Now you look for Brett Bodine's onboard camera, the Lowe's Ford, ahead to Steve Grissom. He's in that pack between Gordon, and there's Rudd. Steve Grissom starting to get a little loose in the middle of the corner.
Well, he's a lot loose. You see the back of that car coming up out of the corner there. He was turning right coming out of that corner there instead of left.
You know, sometimes visually, you know, from up in the grandstand, you're saying you can't see what's wrong. That was a perfect example. You've seen his body rear up on the car. His car didn't go dead sideways, but the left side of the car started to lift up, and that was a signal to Steve, hey, I'm going to get sideways here.
Gordon looking under Jeremy Mayfield. Mayfield, the 19th place car, last car on the lead lap. And Mikhail Yarborough owned RCA Ford goes a lap down. Ricky Rudd also working his way through the traffic, closing up on Brett Bodine.
Ricky Rudd's closing the interval between 1st and 2nd. You could see there he was not that far behind Jeff Gordon. Ricky Rudd is extremely good under slick conditions.
Bobby Hamilton works underneath rookie Ricky Craven, Kodiak Chevy. And Mike Wallace follows him through in the Highland Myers Sport, though Wallace is also a lap down. Bill Elliott comes to pit road, the second of the cars in the lead lap. Kyle Petty was the first. And McDonald's Amoco Ford will get right side tires.
I think, guys, this right here is the signal. This is a big team. You know, he's been up in the lead lap, although Kyle was too, but I think you're going to start seeing him rolling in now, and I think Bill Elliott is going to be the signal of this whole deal.
Elliott goes a lap down as green flag pit stops begin at lap 113 here.
Mike, just in front of Gordon here is the second place points man. So let's go back to fifth now and watch Dale Jarrett and Ward Burton.
Jarrett moving toward the front. We've been about 65 laps of this set of tires. I'm sorry, I make that 71 laps on this set. And that's a little further than most of the crew chiefs thought we'd go.
Yeah, and I tell you what, while we're watching Dale Jarrett, I'm looking out the window here from our booth, and everybody on pit road's putting their pit signs out. Mark Martin's going to be coming in here in just a little bit. Here comes Dale Jarrett. So it was 1-2 laps after Bill. And every time you get a big name driver that's got a lot of experience, peel off, he's on the lead laps, everybody says, hey, he knows what's going on here.
And the other thing, Bill Elliott is known as a driver who conserves his equipment. So if everybody gets a look at Bill Elliott's tires and they're pretty well worn, then it's time to get in.
Right.
Glenn Jarrett is in Bobby Labonte's pit.
And he came in, we had word he was going to come in with Dale Jarrett. Now they first talked about putting only 2 tires on, but no, they're going to the left side as well. It will be a 4-tire change. We saw what happened in the Busch race yesterday when some of the guys put 2 tires on. It really upset the handle on the car. So they're definitely going with 4, as is car number 28 back there at the other end of pit road. So these guys decided to come in together.
Glenn, we saw the left side tire changes at work there. Next week, the rule change, one of our 800 calls, if they lose that left side lug wrench capability, how much will it slow down pit stops?
Well, it'll slow them down some, obviously, Mike, but I don't think that it'll slow it down as much as everybody thinks, and it is definitely a safety factor. You can only have so many men over the wall. You've got to have that guy to clear those tires. So overall, these teams will adapt. Every time that there is a slight rule change like that, they don't have any problems in making it work. I think you'll probably see about a 2 to 3 second, maybe 4-second difference in pit stops. That's about all.
Dave Marcus in.
Yeah, I think what Glenn's alluding to there, in front of Dave Marcus's car here, you can see Michael Waltrip up there pitting. Well, last week in Richmond, that left side air wrench got hung up on his car, shot it like a rubber band, and hit some people and hurt them. So NASCAR taking a look at that, plus the left side tires being left on pit road, and you can see the mass confusion. Just imagine if somebody was pitted right in front of Dave right there.
There you see Jeff Burton in. As Dave Marcus goes by, the Ray Bestis car getting tires. Robert Presley, or rather Rick Mast, is in. There's Mast in the Skoll Ford. 4-tire change. As green flag stops continue, we're at lap 120.
Whoa, we almost had contact down the front straightaway between Jimmy Spencer and Jeff Gordon. Jeff was trying to make a move to the inside, and Jimmy moved down on the racetrack. I thought there was a little bit of contact, but he's going to have to give it up. Jeff goes right on by.
You know, Mike and Buddy, this is a dangerous point of the race, okay, because you got guys out there on old tires, say, running 26-second laps. Now you got guys on new tires coming running 2 seconds quicker. You're trying not to run over those guys, so if they can make it through this cycle, you know, that'll be a big bonus.
Now here comes Bobby Labonte. He's on fresh tires. He should just rocket past Jimmy Spencer, and here he goes. The difference? Labonte has new tires. Spencer's been out there for 75 laps.
And in a matter of lap, he'll pull a half a straightaway on him.
Kenny Schrader comes to pit road, the Budweiser Chevy, and Bobby Hamilton, the 3rd place car in the STP Pontiac.
These pit stops are like going to the poker table, okay? Somebody came in 10 laps ago. They got new tires on. That means they're going to be there. When you get back out there, they're going to be over a straightaway ahead of you. But the guys that are pitting late, they're hoping there's going to be a caution falling. So, you know, whoever takes on new tires earlier is going to gain a lot of positions.
And now that a number of good cars, good in that cars up in the lead pack of the race, have taken on tires, they'll be so much faster than the cars in the lead lap. Everybody will have to come in very soon. Terry Labonte getting 4 tires on the Kellogg Chevrolet. There's Rich Bickle coming out.
You know, that was really interesting. If you looked close at that pit stop, there was a gentleman in a black Kendall uniform. He grabbed the right rear tire off that 5 car so Richie Bickle could get out, because Bickle would have hit that right rear tire. So somebody on the other team grabbed it so he could go on.
Mark Martin moves up into 3rd place, and he brings the Jack Roush Valvoline Cummins forward to pit road. Randy Pemberton's there.
Well, I can tell you when Bill Elliott pitted, who was right next door to Mark Martin, they took those tires off, and Steve Meal had a good look at the tires that came off the 94 car. They appeared to be pretty good. It's going to be a 4-tire stop for the Valvoline 14. There's a half a round of track bar adjustment on the right side of that automobile. Trying to tighten Mark up just a little bit. A good stop so far under green for Mark Martin. Down and away, Ricky Rudd is in.
Ricky Rudd, the 2nd place car, brings the Tide Ford in. Billy Engel, the crew chief, who will leave that team at the end of the year to resume a driving career that he left some dozen years ago. Calling the shots on the pit stop. Right side lugs hammered home. Left side tires being replaced. Air wrench out of the way, and good pit stop for Ricky Rudd, 17.9. And Rusty Wallace is in. Jeremy Mayfield is in. Wedge adjustment on the left rear of Wallace's car. 16.6. Robin Pemberton's crew consistently among the fastest on pit road. And Ray Evernham, when will he bring his driver, the leader, Jeff Gordon, to pit lane?
Well, I'll tell you, Jeff's flying still, but just a little while ago, Bobby Labonte passed him, and he has almost a straightaway lead on him because he has new tires on the car. I would say Jeff Gordon better get in pretty quick.
Ted Musgrave is in, and Derek Cope.
If you watch Jeff Gordon, and now we're to Ted Musgrave, you know, the thing is that how much longer can Jeff stay out here, because these guys are flying around here, and they're faster than him.
Ted Musgrave, the Family Channel car. That's Howard Comstock holding his hand at the headset, talking it over with his driver. And Musgrave, 18.7. Jeff Bodine, Ward Burton, Dick Trickle, Dale Earnhardt, Bobby Hillen, Joe Nemechek, and Ricky Craven. And Brett Bodine are all on pit road. There's Earnhardt, another team that will lose its crew chief at the end of the year. Andy Petrie leaving Richard Childress. You talked to Richard this morning about what he was going to do next year.
Well, Mike, he said he didn't want to make any decisions, a hasty decision on who they were going to replace Andy with. And he said, I've got people right here in the shop that are better than most people that other people have for crew chiefs. He said, it's going to take a long time, and I want to get somebody that they'll really like too, because that's the important part, is the working relationship between the driver and the crew chief.
Ricky Rudd said much the same thing. He talked to 4 or 5 people already about Billy Ingles leaving that team. And he said, I'm in no rush to make up my mind. I want to make sure I get the right guy, somebody we can build this team with for a long, long time. Jeff Gordon at lap 131 surrenders the lead and comes to pit road. Ray Evernham and the Rainbow Warriors await. So does Glenn Jarrett.
Well, Mike Ray told me about 30 laps ago or 40 laps ago that they would go to lap 130. I did not see how they would make it looking at some of the tires coming off the cars, but he evidently knew exactly what he was talking about. As you said, it's lap 131, which will be a 4-tire change. It's fuel only. Again, no adjustments on the car. It is absolutely perfect. I don't see no big truck. This looks like a good stop. Incidentally, Bobby Labonte's good stop, 17.16. Bobby Labonte had a 17.2. Boy, that is some kind of work.
16.6 for Jeff Gordon. Morgan Shepherd picked up the lead on Jeff Gordon's pit stop. The Wood brothers, 18.2 to get the Citgo Ford back on track. So we're just about through this round of green flag pit stops. We'll check and let you know where they're running when we come back. 131 laps are complete at Dover Downs.
Thank you.
Scoreboard had Shepherd. No? Okay, well now they're saying 18's the leader.
Is that right?
Oh, we just passed him? Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. The NASCAR Family Cruise will be on the Big Red Boat December 4 to 7th. R.J. Reynolds, Image South, and Laval conversion fans invite you along to the Bahamas with Kyle Petty, Ernie Irvin, Todd Bodine, Ted Musgrave, Steve Grissom, and their families. All the proceeds benefit the Winston Cup Racing Wives Auxiliary. For more information, call 1-800-972-2359. Jeff Gordon is back to the lead after that round of pit stops. There's Bobby Hillin right behind him. He's just gone one lap down. Bobby Labonte now the second place car. Bobby Hamilton third. Dale Jarrett fourth. And Ricky Rudd is fifth. Okay, thank you.
Who was the big winner?
Jimmy Spencer's going to Boy, he made it.
Who was the big winner on a round of pit stops here? The 18 car?
Yeah.
28 moved up to 4th. Rusty moved up to 9th.
Oh, thank you. Got it. Bobby Hillin is a lap down.
How?
Stalled leaving the pit.
Oh, man. Watch this.
Bound to be a star.
Yeah.
Oh, no. We're driving them, ain't we, buddy?
Yeah, you guys are.
We know what's going on right there.
Bobby Hillin's car is every bit as fast as the 24. I'm kid you not.
Did they not have one this time? Is that what you're saying? Okay.
Yeah, they hung it on there. I seen that.
Thank you.
Welcome to the jungle. There goes
Kenny Schrader,
Kenny down
13th spot.
Going a lap down.
I talked to Kenny. But we don't know what's going on. He says his cars just never feel good.
You can see that.
Yeah.
You know, Kenny's a good driver too.
Oh, look at it. Whoa.
Joe.
Whoa. Buddy.
Joe.
He was down on the black.
How did he save it?
Sure, I don't know. It had to happen back here.
Thanks, Pam. Welcome back to Dover Downs as you ride along with Kenny Schrader. 142 laps of 500 are on the board. We just completed a round of green flag pit stops. Jeff Gordon in the lead. Bobby Labonte was the big winner in the pit stop derby. He's up to second spot. Here's Glenn.
Well, guys, again, I'm in Kyle Petty's pit. He just made another pit stop for another 4 tires. He radioed into the guys that the car was just awful. He could not drive it, so they brought him in with 4 more tires. He's only getting about 40 laps out of each set of his tires, so he's at a major disadvantage. Jeff Gordon went 90 laps the last time. Now, we talked about the good pit stop that Jeff Gordon had. However, NASCAR came over and admonished him a little bit. Said, hey, guys, if you don't have a guy there with the catch can on the fuel, the overspill, next time we're going to penalize you 15 seconds. They did not have a guy to catch the fuel overflow, so they have been warned.
Bobby Hamilton has gotten past Bobby Labonte. That changes second place. Hamilton's having a great run here today.
Let me just say something about Jeff Gordon's pit stop there. The catch can, I did notice, was hanging on the back. So in other words, the catch can was hanging on the back, but no person was holding it. So if the fuel come out, it was going to go in the catch can. But
so they did have the catch can.
They did have it on there.
What was that man doing?
He was invisible.
All right, here's the pass for second place a few moments ago.
That almost don't need anybody to say anything. Bobby Hamilton's just flying around this racetrack, and of course Bobby Labonte is just like his brother. He's very patient. He knows he's got a good car, and he don't force the issue this early in the race.
When you're running up front like that, Bobby, that was for second, third, and fourth position. You know, hey, just let him go on by here.
A couple of cars a little off on the setup early. You might find surprised to be a lap down. There's Terry Labonte and Sterling Marlin. Let's go to Bobby Hamilton's pit. Here's Randy.
Well, they're having a heck of a run, but we did check the tires on the 43 car that just came off under that pit stop. You'll notice a little bit down to the cord right here. They showed about 5 degrees of push in the 43 car, but on the other side it was 5 degrees loose. So Hamilton likes it. It's just they can't get any more laps out of it than what they got under that prior pit stop. So Bobby Hamilton's happy. Hopefully the tires won't go any further down than this.
All right, there's Mark Martin looking back at that thing they just passed was what's left of Todd Bodine's car coming back into the race. All my friends in modified division said, don't say that thing looks like a modified just because it doesn't have fenders. Well, it doesn't look like much, but he is going to get some wins to come point. Ricky Rudd pulling down on Mark Martin. This battle is for 5th place.
As we look out the back camera right there, you've seen that spoiler. That spoiler is so important. I had one of those spoilers fall off once in my career, and you don't realize how important they are until they fall off. The car will spin out immediately.
I had a crew chief one time named Harry Hyde, and I was complaining of a loose race car. He took the spoiler off, and I went out. I come off the corner, and I got it straight at the other end of the straightaway. I was sideways all the way down through there. I come in, and he said, now that's loose.
Man, I'm glad I didn't race back then. Tell you, buddy, you were a heck of a race car driver. Back in those days, I've seen footages where you guys didn't run with them in the older cars.
We're similar.
He's mad at me because I'm saying olden days.
No, we don't say old.
Quite a few years ago. How's that?
Here it is. There it is on the right side of the screen. There is what's left on Todd Bodine's car after that 3-car pileup coming out of turn 2 with Elton Sawyer and Lake Speed. Or excuse me, with John Andretti and Hut Strickland. This is the second crash.
Mike, you wonder why a car would go back out there with that much damage. But as you could see, we had the money for the point standings in there earlier in the race. And also, that never say die attitude, that'll carry you into the next year. And tell these guys, we're not going to quit just because we're behind. Richard Petty, when I drove to him, he said one thing: we're going to win some races, we're going to have some trouble. When we have trouble, we stay out there and let these cars that we beat every week beat us.
And did.
And did.
152 laps. Jeff Gordon leading. Bobby Hamilton second. Bobby Labonte runs in third. Dale Jarrett and Mark Martin the top 5.
I said you're mad at me.
No.
Yeah, when you started racing, the cars had a tiller instead of a steering wheel.
You got it.
Hey, that's what you ought to come back and say. Now, Kenny, you didn't know we didn't even have a steering wheel back then. It was really tough.
I've told 2 stories. That's enough on me. We'll get back into these current day gladiators.
What is this? Does Buddy have 4 white or black horses?
4 white.
4 horses. When are we talking about 4 horses?
I don't have a clue.
Oh.
Horses.
I don't know.
Man.
I don't want anything that eats if you're watching on satellite. Derek Cope had...
Okay. That's good, because we got a ton of questions and some good ones.
There goes Geoff down.
It is.
Okay.
1828.
Hike.
Bobby Labonte. And Dale's favorite brother, Glenn.
Hey guys, that impending duel between Labonte and Jarrett, Bobby's reporting a good bit of push on that set of tires that they put on, so it has slowed him down just a little.
Okay.
Today's exclusive coverage of the MBNA 500 presented by Gladiator Vans on TNN is brought to you by RCA. changing entertainment again.
We invite your questions during our telecast as you watch from underneath the rear of Brett Bodine's car. That's a toll-free call, 800-451-7331. We'll try to get questions of interest to, we feel, most of our viewers on during the running of this race. A lot of questions about who's going where next year. We'll try to help sort out fact from fantasy. There's the interval back among the top 5 cars from leader Jeff Gordon as you watch from Dave Marcus's Terramite Construction Chevy. Third and fourth place, Bobby Labonte and Dale Jarrett.
Sterling was running well at the first part of this race, and he got some damage to the front of the car. He's just in front of these 2 cars right here. The 18 car of Bobby Labonte and Dale Jarrett are fighting for position, but just in front of them, Sterling Marlin had some problems. You see some damage on the right front corner, and he's quite a bit off the pace right now.
Bobby Labonte, we heard, is reporting a pretty good push, and that's enabled Dale Jarrett to close up on him pretty good. But they're both being pretty patient about swapping positions here. I think the 28 car is a little bit quicker than Bobby.
See it pick up here right from the middle of the corner out. Goes right up.
Boy, that 28 car is handling down the straightaway. Did you see that thing come up out of the corner?
Yeah.
The back end just squatted. I mean, it's flying up out of the corner.
I got to drive that 28 car about 10 times last year, and I'd go out there, I'd run me a lap and come in, and everybody would be giving me thumbs up, and I'm like, what? And I'll tell you what, that car's got some motor. It is a great race car.
Ernie Irvin makes his comeback at North Wilkesboro. Now, Sheila from Mississippi called in. Dale Jarrett will keep all the driver points he has earned in the 28 car. If he drives a car with a different number on it, Robert Yates, of course, keeps the owner points for this car all season, no matter who's in it. And the driver point fund payoff, and then there's car owner payoff administered by NASCAR. So it may get a little confusing, folks. We may need to buy an extra set of souvenirs here to get this all straightened out, but I'll figure it out.
I'd like to say hi to Ernie. Ernie, if you're watching, you know, excited that you're coming back, and a remarkable recovery and a great race car driver.
We agree. 9th place here. Derek Cope gets underneath Ward Burton.
I think Ward right now is trying to decide what he needs to do to that car, because he's off the pace just a bit there. You could see Derek Cope go by him, and now he has about a 10-car length lead over him. At one time, this car of Ward Burton was running second, but he's not staying on the bottom of the racetrack now. He's drifting out in the center of the corner.
Yeah, buddy, you're right. That was for 9th and 10th spot, and Ward got back to 10th.
Riding with Dave Marcus, the Terramite Construction Prodigy Computer Service, Chevrolet.
Hey, you know something I'm noticing here? Watch his right foot. He's a one-footed race car driver.
He's on the brake there and then back on the accelerator. A lot of people do use just 1 foot. Richard Petty was never a 2-foot race car driver.
I know Bobby Labonte is a one-footed race car driver, and so is Dick Triplett, but everybody else pretty well is 2-footed.
And by that meaning, you use right foot for the gas, left foot for the brake, just like a lot of people drive an automatic transmission car on the street.
Exactly, and as you watch the in-car camera there of Dave, I mean, you're not watching now, but earlier it showed he was on the gas, he pulled that foot off and put it on the brake.
Now there's the groove. You can see the black part of the racetrack there. That's how much rubber's been put down just today.
Mark Martin closing up on Bobby Labonte for 4th place, and it's reported that the engine misfire on Ward Burton's car seems to be getting a bit worse, so he has dropped a couple of spots. He's back to 10th place. Riding with Mark Martin.
You can see he's really gaining up on Bobby Labonte. When you start pushing here, Mike, what you do, you start in the corner, and the car just does not turn like you want it to, and it really binds it up coming out of the corner. Watch how much he gains coming up out of the corner. Mark Martin gained almost, well, he's just going to let him go. He's got problems with the handling. That's very heads up when you're having a problem.
Yeah, and Bobby stuck his hand out the window of the RC. Bobby's really good at hand signals. I've raced with him a lot. When he knows he's about ready to give that position up, he stuck his hand out there with those red gloves on and pointed, go ahead, Mark, inside. Then that way Mark knows that he's not going to come down on him.
At 169 laps, Jeff Gordon remains the leader. Bobby Hamilton runs in the 2nd spot. In 3rd, Dale Jarrett. In 4th, Mark Martin. And 5th, Bobby Labonte, the battle you just saw. We'll be right back.
That 77 car's caught that 24 car.
Yeah, we need to update that he's a lap down. I never did say that.
I told you it's as fast. Nobody would believe me.
I believed you, buddy.
No, you didn't.
I'm a fan of yours. William Elliott getting ready to go down 2 laps at lap 171.
So Bobby Hillen pulls down on Jeff Gordon. Here's Barney Hall. Barney makes an appearance every race here in our TV booth. What's the matter, Barney? Did the big guy toss you out of the radio booth? You're the cleaning man. Okay. You can have my seat while it's still warm.
Let's document this.
It's coming. It's too early for ice cream. Don't get us started.
I have none.
Well,
Coming. Look at that. I'm telling you, Bobby Hillen's just as fast as Jeff Gordon, maybe a
fast
little
car on racetrack.
faster.
Well, lower expenditure team, so probably the fastest car on the racetrack.
Okay. Thank you.
You expect this car to be fast?
Shut up.
Did you guys hear that?
What?
Jeff Gordon says push going in, loose coming out. Pushy loose.
Push loose. That could
Yeah.
be too much bite.
Yep. Exactly.
Actually, the battle for 10th. I think 10th. It's over. Nemechek got past Ward for 10th. Okay. Very good.
About the Hamlin.
Pushy loose.
Let's talk about it.
Today's exclusive coverage of the MBNA 500 presented by Gladiator Vans on TNN is brought to you by Splitfire, the patented performance spark plug. It only costs more till you use it.
TNN will bring you live coverage of the Subway Sandwich Shops 200, the NASCAR Super Truck by Craftsman Series race live from Sears Point in Sonoma, California. We'll be up in California wine country Saturday, October 7th. 6 p.m. Eastern time right here on TNN, so don't miss it. Well, Jeff Gordon out in the lead and not quite running away like he was because the handling has gone to pushy loose. Push going into the corner and loose coming out.
Well, the rubber build up in the corner, as you can see, they have a groove now, and the cars will start to skate just a little bit, and I think what you're going to see when you're pushing like that, you get in the center part of the corner and you have the wheels cut, and then you get back in the throttle, it throws the back end out, makes it loose coming off.
Bobby Hillen, you see, has caught the race leader there, number 77. But Hillen's pit stop took 24 seconds, and he stalled exiting the pit. So Hillen is 1 lap down. He just may, if he can continue to close up, get a lap back.
I'll tell you one thing I've noticed about Jeff Gordon. When he talks about his car not handling good, when his car's not handling good, look how smooth he still looks. He is climbing the bank, and there's that push you're talking about, buddy.
What he's doing now, he's starting to diamond the racetrack a little bit because the front end's not sticking, so he's not trying to pinch it down on the bottom. He's giving it a little bit of room getting in the corner as he goes under Dave Marcus there, getting into turn 3.
Richard Applefield standing update. Napa, we keep America running. As you look down this running order, the first 11 cars are on the lead lap, and then a big group of cars 1 lap down because of that long run of green flag racing we've had. We have been caution-free since lap 47. That's 133 laps we've been under green consecutively.
That ought to be some kind of record, that thing.
For here.
You know, the thing good about this concrete is once it does get rubber down, boy, I tell you what, it makes for, you know, a good lane and a half to where we only used to have 1 lane. But the problem is the track sits so long, you know, you can never come back to all that rubber.
Bobby Hamilton there running in 2nd spot. Randy Pemberton's in his pit.
Well, I've heard it all now, guys. We've heard of road race cars, medium track cars, short track cars, and of course the super speedway cars that they run at Daytona and Talladega. Each team builds them specifically for those types of racetracks. The car that you're watching on the screen now that's coming up on Michael Waltrip, the 43 car, it's a concrete car. Yes, a concrete car. Runs at Bristol and Dover. I am not kidding. They build it to make it really rigid because of the G-forces. So the car is stiffened up in the roll bar area, and also the body area, so there's no body roll to the car. It's really stiff, but they did say if it runs good here, they will bring it to Rockingham.
Well, I heard a coroner once said he had a piece of concrete for a driver, but that relationship didn't last very long. So concrete cars. Okay.
That doesn't surprise me at all. There's such thing as concrete shocks now. I mean, you know, double aggressive shocks. I mean, the shock war is on, and so I would believe that.
Jeff Bodine comes to pit road in the Exide batteries number 7. Makes a stop, rolls back out. And Todd Bodine has been in and out of the pits again. At 183. There's Mark Martin trying to close on Dale Jarrett as Dave Marcus comes up off pit road. These are the 3rd and 4th place cars you're watching from the 4th place car of Mark Martin. Ahead the 3rd place Dale Jarrett in the Hamilton Ford of Robert Yates.
Just looking at that 28 car from Mark Martin's car here, I don't see one thing wrong with the car. It looks like it's really tracking well. It seems to be getting good forward bite. See Mark Martin closing in just a little bit, getting in the corner, but the Jarrett car is really nailed to the racetrack right now.
Also, Lake Speed is back in the race after being involved in that crash on lap number 9. The Melling team has gotten a spam can screwed back together. He's out there to run some laps.
I think you like to say that. He gives that thing a little plug every time. Spam can.
I like the Monty Python, the Spam song. I think that's really good. I asked Lake Speed about that. He said he's never heard it. We'll have to get him a tape. 12th place battle. Rusty Wallace down looking underneath Robert Presley. Here comes Jerry Mayfield and Derek Cope.
Boy, Rusty, you know, he's not flashy right now, but he's still in the running. He's doing a good job. And he's the type of driver, he's a field general. He'll make little changes on that car every time he stops, and by the end of this race, look for him. He'll be right there.
Now, these cars are not all on the same lap. Rusty is 8th and Derek Cope is 9th. The Presley and Mayfield cars are a lap down. And Presley will pit.
Yeah, Robert Presley, he's running 19th, and he's 1 lap down. See Rusty going into turn 1 right now.
Rusty better pick it up. He is only 5 seconds from going a lap down. That is, he is running 5 seconds ahead of race leader Jeff Gordon. Glenn?
Yeah, and he's running awfully well, Mike. I've been watching him since he climbed through the pack. He has been making adjustments on that car, as Rusty Wallace does every time they pit it. We've been listening to him on the radio. They're talking about a pound of here, a pound of air there, one here, take one out, a little bit of wind, whatever. Doing the things just like Buddy said that Rusty Wallace always does. But I tell you, Jeff Gordon is so hooked up right now that if we continue under green, he's going to lap the field.
We documented that Gordon's getting just amazing tire wear. The amount of laps he ran under green, most of the folks thought wouldn't be possible today. So before he made his tire stop, there is Gordon about to put a lap on Ward Burton. Burton is the 11th place car. Gordon has a lead of 5 seconds now on Bobby Hamilton as Hamilton's car owner Richard Petty looks on.
You know,
that 43 looks good, man. He's right on the bottom.
he is good. If Bobby Hillen continues to run like this, he makes that lap up on Jeff Gordon. He's a factor in this race.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And he's still there. I mean, he hasn't lost. There goes Ward Burton a lap down.
Except for his pit crew.
Yeah.
Hillen,
Yep, that's
Hillen
the
will
thing.
never. That's not going to work.
I've never seen Hillen run this well here, though.
No.
That's really neat.
Mike is right, though. It's that, and I know exactly what he's talking about. You got a good car, you're running good, but you just don't want to pit. You pit against these top teams who make, practice pits.
Welcome back to Dover Downs. 193 laps complete. Mike Joy with Buddy Baker, Kenny Wallace, Glenn Jarrett, and Randy Pemberton on pit road for the Nashville Network. There's Blake Speed back on track. And they have put Ward Burton 1 lap down.
Oh, it hadn't been but about 80 or 90 laps ago. Ward Burton was running second, but he's a little bit off on this motor, as Glenn reported earlier, and he's dropping back quite a bit now.
Brett Bodine, the low score, giving those under the bumper views back to Jeff Gordon, who has led since lap 54. Robert Presley, Michael Waltrip also led this race, as did the pole sitter Rick Mast for the first 3 laps.
Look at that valance on the front, right front there, is almost touching the pavement. That car is getting tremendous side bite through the corner.
Mark Martin passed Dale Jarrett for third place while we were away. There's the pass. And Dale Jarrett, it looks like, will make a pit stop. Randy's there.
Well, the Robert Yates crew goes to work on the right side. One pump on the jack. It's amazing how they get these cars up in one pump now, as heavy as they are. Right side tires already on. I don't see any chassis adjustment on the Hamlin Ford. Round to the left side already. This is a quick pit stop for these guys so far. Clean the windshield. Dale Jarrett down and away. Wow. Great stop. 17.5.
And Bobby Labonte comes in. Interstate Batteries Chevy. Bill Elliott. Bill McDonald's Ford. All making pit stops under green. Indiana's been about 60 laps, 65 laps since most of these teams have been out. Glenn?
Well, Bobby Labonte comes in, Mike, and again, this will be a 4-tire stop. They are also going to raise the rear track bar. As I said, Bobby's car was reporting a little push, as was Dale Jarrett. These guys had a great pit stop last time, 17.29 seconds. We got the clock on them this time. See if they can duplicate that. Another good stop, not quite as quick, 18.78. That's still an awfully good stop with an adjustment made during that pit stop.
So Labonte back out. Jeff Burton is in, the Rebestos Ford. Second round of pit stops under green we're having now. Rick Mast, the pole sitter, and Sterling Marlin, who dropped a lap earlier to the leader, is also in.
You know, Kenny, as you said, when these top teams start stopping, everybody starts looking towards that pit, the better teams, and everybody but Jeff Gordon. I think he may just have a little bit of a secret as far as the handling on his car today, and he's able to go just a little bit further than anybody else.
Yeah, you know, it's not that these cars are that slow, it's that Jeff Gordon is that fast, so he's running his own race, and Ray Evernham and them were sticking to it. Now, here's one of his teammates, same, you know, out of the same area, same garage, but just not handling as good as Jeff's car is today.
Very D-Hart team trying to get 4 tires changed and the windshield all cleaned up on Terry Labonte's car.
Terry's running in 15th spot.
Look at the rubber there getting cleaned off the grill. It builds up there, and Bobby Hamilton is on pit road. Second place car. Randy's there.
No chassis adjustments for Bobby Hamilton. He's out the way. Morgan Shepherd is in the Citgo Ford as well. Bobby Hamilton with a great stop. Gets a drink of water. Back on the racetrack. Everybody coming down pit road in the next few laps.
Rich Bickle and Bobby Hillen just about get together. They were pitted a stall away from each other. There's Morgan Shepherd pulling out in the Wood Brothers Ford. And Jeff Gordon stays out at lap 2:02. He's either going to run him down and pass him, or he's going to wear him out by staying out there longer. But he has dominated this race. We'll be right back.
Yeah.
You know, why lie? He's killing them.
Major league.
This is a
climbing the bank and killing them too. He's making his groove.
He's not even running the same groove as anybody
no,
else. He goes in and lets it drift way up.
Yep.
Watch him right here.
Yep, way up there. That's not as high as he's been running either.
He has Jeremy Mayfield in his clutches.
That kid's flat good, man.
He is.
I mean to tell you.
See how high he goes there?
Haven't seen anything like that. You know, that's what that sprint.
I think, really and truly, I mean, Jeff Gordon is so good that a lot of people don't know how good he really is, because they keep saying, well, you know, it's a combination.
He's
yes,
got a
it
good
is.
car. Yeah, but
it is, but you still have to have that ingredient.
Yeah. He's good.
he's Mike Bagley, but
and as
not
Mike
carrying
said,
the ice cream.
And as Mike says, the bad part, he's only going to get better.
Yeah.
I've got to say that sometime today. I need to tell the cake story.
He's in a class of his own.
Hey, hurry up.
I know too. Yeah.
The 20.
Rusty Bulls. Rusty Bulls.
Well, if he's pitting, everybody should pit.
That's what your brother said. He's coming in too.
Yeah. Yeah. Rusty's pitting pit.
Buddy, do you feel left out because we don't have a brother in the race?
Come on, guys.
No more than you, Mike.
Right. Right. Yes, all of them. You don't really need a brush to clean that. You need a rake.
Yeah, that's bad.
Wouldn't you like to get up in that?
Here comes Mark to the pit. Find out about the fun and convenience of bringing your own Winnebago motor home to the races. Call Cedar Ridge RV Center. They'll tell you how easy a Winnebago is to drive and to buy. 1-800-988-4884. Cedar Ridge, Brantfield, New Jersey. The choice of champions. Mark Martin completing his pit stop under green. 20.2 seconds for the Steve Meal team. 18.7 for the Bobby Allison car with Derek Cope aboard. Rusty Wallace was also on pit road while we were away. That leaves the front-running cars of Jeff Gordon, Ricky Rudd, Dale Earnhardt, Joe Nemechek as those who have not stopped.
Bobby Hamilton and them just run Jeff Gordon down. It was kind of you didn't know what to think. All of a sudden, Bobby Hamilton just went right by Jeff Gordon, but I realized he had fresh tires on that car, and then, I mean, he has pulled almost straight away on Jeff Gordon in 4 or 5 laps.
It's going to be interesting to see when Jeff does pit, if he comes out behind Bobby Hamilton or not. Watching it, you wouldn't think that when the pit stop circulates that they would be together.
Ricky Rudd, who won this race in 1992, 1987, and 1986. Brings the tide forward to Billy Engle and crew. One of our 800 calls from Gary up in Ontario. About Billy Engle's future. He wants to race Busch Grand National. He's trying to put together a deal to do either Busch Grand National or the Super Truck by Craftsman Series in 1996 as a driver.
You know, Mike, just to talk about that, if anybody hasn't been listening to the top of the show, we've got about 5 or 6 crew chiefs that are quitting teams, and so it's been the story of the week up here. Usually it's drivers moving around, but a lot of crew chiefs making moves.
Andy Petrie will leave Earnhardt. Troy Selberg will leave the Butch Mock Todd Bodine team. Engine builder Danny Glad changing teams.
I know everybody heard me sound like a blown out tire just then, but Ricky Craven come in the pits and he was all the way sideways. He almost hit the tire at the end of the pit road down there.
But made it through okay.
It's hard to get in the pits here, because you come off that concrete and get right on that asphalt you see with Dale Earnhardt coming down. That's pretty slippery.
So Earnhardt will make his stop. He was running in 3rd place at the time. Actually, he moved up to 2nd with Ricky Rudd's pit stop. Glenn Jarrett's there.
Well, Mike, they've been fighting a tight race car all day. They've been talking back and forth on the radio, Andy and Dale, about what to do. Drive the car to a stop. Also, this will be 4 tire change. I don't see any chassis adjustment yet, so they must have gotten most of it out on the last stop. They made a pretty major adjustment then, and what they're doing now is just air pressure on the tires. So there is no track bar, no chassis adjustment. 4 tires, Earnhardt. Ooh, they spilled some gas. He had a little trouble getting traction. Still a pretty good stop for Dale Earnhardt. 17.4 seconds. Now gaining some distance, so we're waiting here now. Jeff Gordon should be coming down any moment now.
Gordon will be in this lap. He and Joe Nemechek, the last cars to pit. And so here is Jeff Gordon making his 2nd green flag stop of the day. Joe Nemechek is also in, so this will complete the round of green flag pit stops. Let's go back to Glenn.
And Jeff Gordon, he looks so slow when he comes down here because of the speed they have to run on pit road. Pit road is pretty dry now, but still a little bit slick. Again, a 4 tire change. We've got the watch on them. These guys have always been doing a good job. In fact, all year long. The fuel goes in, the first can's in, now they move around to the left side of the car, as you can see. They're going to put a round of wedge. You can see the guy on the right rear of the car. He's taking a round out. Jeff was reporting that the car was a little tight to sit in the corner. We got a 19.4 second pit stop with the wedge adjustment, and they did have that catch can man there at that time, so no penalty.
See Bobby Hamilton going by Jeff Gordon there.
That's what we were talking about earlier, buddy. what happened is the 43 had new tires on and made a lot of time. Now let's see if the 24 Jeff Gordon can run Bobby Hamilton back now. But there's your leader.
It's not that Hamilton stopped as much quicker. It's that he stopped sooner and got those fresh tires and was running faster laps while Gordon ran out the set that was on the car. Now Dale Earnhardt had a little trouble getting into pit road. Kenny Schrader making the pass, and Rusty Wallace right up there with him. Earnhardt back to speed. I believe that was the lap before Earnhardt pitted.
As you can see right behind Dale's left front, he's got a big, what we call a donut mark, where he's been racing pretty hard with somebody.
Little tire mark inside.
Yeah, that's, crew kind of likes that when you get back. It means you've been racing hard.
As long as the rest of the sheet metal's okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, as long as it's just a tire mark. 219 laps completed. Second round of green flag pit stops in the books, and it sorts out with Bobby Hamilton in the lead. We'll be right back. Yeah, that's true.
That's how much he's leading him right now.
Yeah, that long pit is not the thing to do.
Nope. You can stay out too long.
Yeah.
Boy, I mean, Rusty almost got Terry Labonte down.
That is dangerous for pitting right there.
You see him crossing up, coming in?
I didn't get to see it now.
Wow. Ricky Craven did everything
did.
but wreck.
He did. I just heard you lose all your breath, and I just turned and looked because I knew something was going to happen.
Ooh. Jeff just got by the 28 car.
Yeah, the 20, because he's got newer tires. 28 got all the way up to second, though.
Yep.
Now Jeff's going to make his run on those newer tires. Look how high he is.
Okay, thank you. All right. Ooh. Buddy, there's that guy that was at the pizza. Oh, you missed him. The guy that was at the pizza stand yesterday. You talked about.
Hamilton, you better get on it, son.
He's at the mercy right now.
You think?
I think so.
You think?
Well, you know, I feel. I got a feeling.
Do you think?
You think?
Hard to believe we're not halfway yet.
Shut up. Shut up, I'll strangle you. Okay.
Ooh, what?
Come on, Richie.
Is this the first race that Hamilton?
For more information on Featherlight trailers, call 1-800-800-1230, Featherlight, official trailer of NASCAR. 225 laps complete. Darrell Waltrip back in the race, and Rich Bickle has made a pit stop in the Kendall Oil Pontiac. I was asked why they concreted this racetrack, and I was explaining this to someone, and they made an apt analogy that some of our fans will get. The tires, the side bite was so great on a very hot day that it would just abrade and peel up the asphalt on this speedway. Here is Jeff Gordon moving up on Dale Jarrett and going by and picking up a spot. He made the latest pit stop. He has the freshest tires. So it would just peel the asphalt up and cause a problem. So Dennis McGlynn, Melvin Joseph, the folks here at Dover decided to entirely redo the track in concrete. And she said, oh, that means that's like frosting a cake that's too hot out of the oven. The tires or the frosting spreads across and it peels up the cake or the asphalt. I don't know a thing about this, but it made sense to me.
Well, I'll tell you what. I won't make fun of you. I'll just say this. They've done a great job of concreting this place. I think it proved a lot of people wrong. When they said they were going to concrete Dover, everybody said, there's no way. It's going to be so rough, it's unreal. I tell you what, I mean, this place is smooth, and they've done a great job. And now it can sit over the winter without getting cracked up. As you look out the back here of Mark Martin's car, the Lowe's car of Brett Bodine, trying to get on track and chase him down.
Look at this. Look
Jeff
at
Gordon.
this. This is for the lead, folks.
Coming up on Bobby Hamilton. And Earnhardt just pulled a power move a lap ago. He went around Ward Burton on the outside.
I think the track is, here goes, you know, Jeff has been running the highest lane all day. He's not running a low lane. He's doing like Buddy said, he's diamonding this racetrack. It's working for him in his race car.
Will that help tire wear to run higher on the racetrack?
Mike, anytime you can let the car kind of move around on the racetrack and not pinch it down to hold it on the bottom, it saves tires. A lot of times on racetracks, though, that you're getting good bite on, you have to hold the car down to make the fastest time. In Jeff's case, it's working for him today.
Bobby Hamilton having a little trouble getting past Robert Presley here. You saw Hamilton march through the field.
Right now, Robert Presley's crew's telling him that's the leader. He knows he's going to go down another lap. And here he's trying to...
Oh, man, he got loose coming up out of the corner. That was not contact. That's when the air comes off the rear spoiler. He did not make contact there, but Robert Presley was in a lot of trouble coming out of turn 4.
Robert did everything he could do to stay on the lead lap. Just car's not as good as those two cars right there in the screen.
There are 10 cars on the lead lap. Bobby Hamilton, the leader. Jeff Gordon there right behind him in the DuPont 24. Dale Jarrett, Bobby Labonte, Ricky Rudd are the top 5. Dale Earnhardt, Darren Cope, great run today in 7th place. Mark Martin, Rusty Wallace, and Joe Nemechek also having a very stout run. Nemechek started 24th. He's in the top 10 on the lead lap.
You know, right now you gotta try to think, what is Ray Evernham and Jeff Gordon doing here? Okay, they've caught back up to Bobby Hamilton. They're going to win this championship if nothing happens. Or is he going to sit there and run with him, or is he going to go for the lead? Looks like Jeff's kind of, you know, backing off a little bit right now.
Jeff Gordon came into this race with 279 points on Dale Earnhardt. Sterling Marlin, 308 points behind the leader. Mark Martin, 433. Ted Musgrave, 495. So Gordon has a sizable but not an insurmountable point lead right now.
I know, man, that's for sure. We've watched Alan Quickie come back from this track right here after a crash and go on and win the championship.
And he was, I think Kulwicki was just about as many points behind as Earnhardt is right now. Kulwicki left Dover 278 points behind. Earnhardt comes to Dover 279 points behind. So this title chase is by no means over. But I think everyone in the garage is looking over their shoulder. Here's Jeff Gordon, 24 years old. This kid can only get better. Folks like Dale Earnhardt will only get older. They're good. They're great. But the clock is ticking, and this fella is coming on.
Mike, the one thing, 24 years old, if he does not win the championship, just to be in the spot he's in, that's a dream of every young man that's ever sat down in a race car. So anything he does is going to be great this year because he's already been great.
I think pretty soon here, Jeff Gordon is a friend of mine. I think the phenomenon of Jeff Gordon is always going to be there, but it's going to start fading off a little bit because, you know, I mean, he's been running like this now for the last 3 years, and it's not a surprise anymore.
He is not the youngest driver in the race. Michael Rich is 22, but he is the second youngest driver in today's event.
Jeff Gordon has got himself in an area right now that if he runs at 6th, there's something wrong. You can definitely say that he has set a pace every race that has been really awesome.
See Rusty Wallace there, high on the racetrack, trying to get by Ward Burton, and just behind him, Jimmy Spencer, as they head down the front straightaway.
Now Ward Burton has gone a lap down, and so has Spencer. Burton and Spencer are racing for position. Here comes Jimmy up on the outside. Well, track's in line. They are running for 14th place. 1 lap down.
If you want to know how fast Jimmy Spencer's car will run, you're looking at it right there. He don't hold anything up in the bottle. There's no strategy to this. He runs as hard as he can every lap.
Kind of like a guy named Buddy Baker ran.
Buddy was a hard racer. Good racer. Am I making points, Buddy?
Yeah, you're doing real well. There you go.
You know, the track's really getting great right now, I think. We're halfway through, or 239 laps into it, and there's two wide racing out there, guys. That big black groove right there is just getting wider and wider.
Jeff Gordon reporting that his car is the tightest it has been all day at 240 laps. 260 to go here at the Monster Mile. We'll be right back.
I'll brag on you. I don't talk about myself. That's a good way to get those 800 calls really cranked up.
Yeah.
You think you're great.
If you would show us Jimmy Spencer for a brief moment, we can pay off an 800 question. Who just screamed in my ear? Somebody.
Somebody like me.
And who lit the stink pot?
Oh, look at this. Where has this been? Look at the cam.
Not me, man.
No, it's Mike Helton. This is Brett Bodine.
Sylvania.
That's good there. Rear power. You think that thing ain't flexible?
No, shocks don't do nothing. Just put on some normal shocks.
I pull them off in the tower,
And there's
the
track bar
metal part
adjustment.
going up to the top will be blue.
Hey, you know, we need to show that spot and talk about shocks for the race fans.
Look how stiff that side. Look at how stiff the sidewall is with the tires.
No, not under at all.
That cigar of Mike Helton's about to run me out of
I
here.
smell that stinking thing.
Jeez.
Smells like you.
Ugh.
Yeah. You know, over there we got the door shut.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, let's talk about it.
Track bar adjustment, wheel travel,
Yep.
shocks.
That slider right there is adjustable, and watching the wheel go up and down.
Earn your pay, kid.
You talk about the Panda rod.
No, you go ahead.
Okay, I'll do it.
Why don't you, one of you take the wheel travel and shocks, and one of you take the panel.
Today's exclusive coverage of the MBNA 500 presented by Gladiator Vans on TNN is brought to you by Wolverine DuraShocks. Guaranteed to be the world's most comfortable boots for your money back.
246 laps complete here. The MBNA 500. Those are DuraShocks or boots, but speaking of shocks, we're looking at the back of Brett Bodine's car.
Well, you're looking at 2 or 3 things. You're looking at how much the tire takes getting through this corner. Look at it go up and down. That shock is having to hold that rebound on that tire down to the racing surface and try to get more traction. There's also several adjustments that Kenny can tell you about.
Yeah, as you're looking at the screen right here, right in front of the word Sylvania, you see like a block, okay? That is what we call a Panda rod. Easily to explain that is how we adjust the roll center. Okay, to the people out there who don't know much about racing, like a Jeep. Okay, a Jeep rolls over. Well, that's the way we control it. You raise it up. It tends to make the car what we call turn better, a little bit looser. You go down, it tightens the race car. So if Brett, as you see in the top left hand, as he goes into one, if he says, I'm loose, the crew will take that block and they'll screw down on it and make that go down, lowering the roll center.
The panic rod connects to the frame at that location. It runs across to the left side of the rear end housing of the car and connects to that. I'm going to go back to the frosting and the cake analogy.
Yeah.
That one's a lot easier to understand. I like that one a lot better.
And as Buddy said, look at the movement on that tire. Okay, we're in the new modern era where we used to just bolt shocks on. This is why shocks are so important. But see, the body stays still and the wheel bounces up and down. It almost dribbles like a basketball. And with shocks, you have to control that dribble to keep the tire, the footprint, right where the bottom of the tire meets the pavement. You want that to be down there and follow the track as perfect as you can. And there are so many things with shocks you can do, you drive yourself crazy. That's why the top teams have engineers now.
They have to have them. That's the good racers right now. That's what they're going through. They're actually hiring people just to do that job.
Brett Bodine right now in the Junior Johnson Lowe's Ford running 23rd, 2 laps back. That's Joe Nemechek just ahead, who was the 10th place and last lead lap car in the Burger King Chevy. We are halfway here at Dover Downs. Up front, Bobby Hamilton in the STP Pontiac of Richard Petty. The Goodyear mid-race report brought to you by Goodyear, #1 in tires. 5 leaders: Rick Mast, Michael Waltrip, Robert Presley, Jeff Gordon, and Bobby Hamilton. 5 lead changes, 2 caution flags for only 12 laps.
See Bobby Hamilton here just a little bit ago. Jeff Gordon ran right up behind him, about 2 car lengths back. All of a sudden, Bobby Hamilton's car looked like it has overdrive in it. I mean, he moved away. So this race car right here is certainly a race winner if he can stay hooked up like he is right now.
Now, you just saw him move past Jimmy Spencer Mark from Ohio called in and asked if anybody had ever won a Winston Cup race by only leading the last lap. Spencer was the most recent guy to do it. Last year, the Pepsi 400 at Daytona. Jimmy Spencer passed Ernie Irvin to win on the last lap. First time it happened was 1953. Bill Blair passed Bonnie Flock on the last lap on the old Daytona Beach course to win.
I was going to cuff you if you said I was in it.
Fred Lorenzo did it at Bristol in 1964. Richard Petty to an engine on the last lap. Jeff Bodine led the last lap when Earnhardt and Rudd crashed at North Wilkesboro in 1989. Rusty Wallace gives a wave that he's moving over. Glenn, what's the story?
Mike, we got a reporter monitoring his radio that he thinks he has a tire going down. The crew is set on the wall, and he is coming down pit road right now as we speak. So tough break. He has just taken 8th place from Mark Martin and appeared to be moving up a little bit, gaining just a little on the leaders. But it's all going to pot right now because he's coming in on an unscheduled stop with the tire going down.
Wallace on pit road at lap 255, unscheduled stop. Glenn's there.
Crew goes to the right side. In fact, he's not sure. They're just going to change them all. He's only halfway through to the normal pit stop schedule. So they're going to go ahead and change all 4 of them. This is an awfully tough break. They've worked so hard on that car. Remember, this is Midnight Rider, the backup car, and he kept it in the top 10 all day, starting dead last on the field. Good stop, 19.4 seconds, but that's an awfully tough break for Rusty.
Now, to put Rusty a little bit out of the pit stop sequence, he had gone 48 laps on that last set of tires. So it doesn't put him too far out. Unless a caution should come out, he would go a lap down.
That's what I was just fixing to say. Rusty Wallace does not want to see a caution, so that would really put him in the hole then.
Right, he's in a 50-50 situation right now. It's not like it's all this bad of a deal. If they can go ahead and get to the 60-lap mark, get everybody going around, make all the pit stops complete, he'll be okay. But I think everybody in the field, after these pit stops quit, they'll like to see a caution maybe for debris or something so they can gather up.
Man, we just about had a wreck just then.
Oh, Jimmy Spencer and Ward Burton. What happened?
They got together coming out of the corner there. Spencer did a great job of maintaining control, and he wasn't the guy hitting this time.
How'd that start?
They got to...
He's kind of giving him some hand gestures out the window there. Looks like Jimmy's right side of his car has been smashed.
We have a replay. You see Ward Burton coming up on Spencer there. As they come down toward the front straightaway, Ward gets a little bit loose right here. You see him get into Spencer.
This is for 14th place. They're racing
now,
for position.
Spencer gets into the outside wall, and from here on, they're not saying, what a nice move.
Yeah, that right there, it's a racing accident. Because the 22 car just got loose.
Yeah, he got loose down on the bottom side and got into Spencer's, and Spencer broke loose and got into the outside wall.
And Ward Burton is on pit road. They're going to put up these right side tires on the Bill Davis MBNA Pontiac. Saw Ricky Rudd in 5th place go by, and Bobby Hamilton in the concrete car, as Randy told us, is trying to check out here.
He is moving away, that's for sure. That normal margin is gone. He is checked out.
You know, Mike, he said that they made a concrete car out of this car. What you don't want is that variable where the frame is the 5th or 6th spring in a car. You don't want that. You want it to be rigid.
Ward Burton got 4 tires in 22 seconds and got back out. That same location is the spot of today's Ford Buddy Baker driving tip. Have you driven a Ford lately?
In the spring of the year, John Andretti got in a lot of trouble on the 2nd lap. He was caught on the outside of Sterling Marlin going down into turn 3. Got a little bit out of the groove. It was a 1-groove racetrack. John, you were in a bunch of trouble there.
Yeah, unfortunately my trouble brewed into everybody else's, but you know, I started 4th and I wanted to stay up there as much as I could, and I don't want to get freight trained on the bottom, and I got up on the outside there and some guys were poking through, and I tried pulling the car down. It was just a little bit slick in there, and a little bit of air came off the rear spoiler at the same time, and I actually thought I got hit, but I didn't, and because that's about what it feels like, and in trying to correct it, we caused a lot of guys to get caught up in one big crash.
Well, that was just a brand new racetrack and a very aggressive young driver there that maybe should have backed out when he realized he was out of position getting into turn 3, but race car drivers go to the front, and the main thing is have patience in a 500-mile race and not really get yourself into position to knock the car out in the first 2 or 3 laps.
Well, I think experience, Buddy, is the biggest key to success. I mean, the 43 car right here, this is a team that 2 years ago nobody thought could even run in the top 5. Bobby Hamilton's got a lot of experience now. The 43 team's got a young but experienced crew chief, and this is what happens. It pays off.
So Bobby Hamilton has taken the lead from Jeff Gordon at lap 217. He's been out front now for 50 laps. We'll be back to Dover Downs live on TNN after this. Stat here.
I'll let you nail it good.
This
Mike,
is one of his last 2 wins.
On Ricky. Right rear tire going down on Ricky. We'll go California Dreaming on the road course at Sears Point, California. It's the Subway 200, Saturday, October 7th, 6 p.m. Eastern. Sears Super Truck Craftsman Series. Subway 200, tune in Saturday, October 7th. King Richard Petty has won this race 4 times and won the spring race at Dover Downs 3 times. Total of 7 victories as a driver. Looking for his first win since October 1984.
And knows everything that car is doing. You can see him there with his stopwatch. He's not really doing anything facially that would tell you how proud this man has to be of this race car and this race team.
And I definitely have got to think that if Bobby Hamilton wins this race, the old era of the Petty fans are going to come out of the grandstand, the souvenirs are going to go crazy, and you'll feel the old Petty situation again. I mean, it's been a long time since the STP car has led this many laps. Bobby Hamilton did a great job.
July 84, his 200th win, Daytona Beach, Florida. President Reagan among those in attendance. Last win for the King.
39 men behind him when he come by there.
I tell you what, it's just you just keep digging, boy. You know, the stories go on and on. You know, just keep digging. I mean, this 43 team just had a phenomenal year this year. They started picking up speed last year at the end of the year. They've carried it on. They've been in the top 10 just about every week, and now they got a lead.
There's the interval. Top 5 drivers, and the report is that Ricky Rudd feels like he may have a right rear tire and losing some air pressure, so he has dropped back just a bit. Rudd is still the 5th place car. Morgan Shepherd slow on the racetrack back straightaway as Hamilton goes by. Nobody would be disappointed to see this car win. As Richard once said, he said, I may not be everybody's favorite driver, but I think everybody thinks if my favorite driver can't win, it'd be okay if Richard Petty won.
I've heard that from a lot of people, and I'll tell you, I've raced with him for 34 years, and I can say one thing. We never had one run-in in 34 years.
The King's car up front with Bobby Hamilton aboard, Jeff Gordon in 2nd, Dale Jarrett in 3rd, Bobby Labonte, and Ricky Rudd. Ooh, look at the smoke in the right in front of 77 pit
Brakes.
road.
He's not using brakes.
No,
not much.
it's like a whole bunch. Well, that tells you to use them.
Yep.
If your fans want to know.
Yep, it does. I tell you the honest truth.
What?
He's beginning to give this thing a little bit of an odor here. Hamilton is.
Yeah.
He's got a straightaway on Gordon. Yep.
Oh, okay.
Well, the rest of
Relapse?
them better.
Yeah.
Yeah, because once he pits, he boogies.
He's coming in.
Yeah.
Nope.
The 18 car pitted. Boy, that's 18's been having some great.
There's Jeremy.
Yeah.
Now he's laps down, but he's got new
he's,
tires.
Yeah, he's
Look
got
at this.
rubber.
See, that tells you you got to come in.
Yeah. You got to run your own race. I mean, if the caution flag comes out, I mean, that's you just done what you can do.
Hey, only 222 laps to go.
That's all.
All right.
Pretty good.
Have you ever heard Gary Clem when he's doing the one and thing?
Oh, yeah.
I'm telling you, I can't even think as fast as he goes.
Now, if they could put a big tarp over this track, okay, when we came back here, this much rubber was on it, this race would be a lot of fun.
Hamilton, everybody's running him over.
Yeah.
He better stop.
Yeah. He may have a tire going down.
He's pitting
Here he
right
comes
now.
right now.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Let's see what Gordon does.
Tell Glenn he's coming.
Gordon's not coming.
Hamilton in the pits.
"32nd."
I know, I can't even. It's like Kyle.
Yeah.
Kyle last year started what, 30? Where'd Kyle start? 34th in June? Just a guess. Winner started 27th or 37th? 37th.
Oh, I can hear it now. It's a Pontiac track.
Yeah, like there is such a thing.
Exactly.
The leaders are on pit road. Bobby Hamilton started this race deep in the field in 32nd position as he comes out of pit road. Kyle Petty won here from 37th position in the spring. Glenn Jarrett's and Jeff Gordon's there.
Mike, as Jeff brings it in again, 4 tires, and we don't see any signs of making any adjustment on the car. Although for the last 15, 20 laps, Jeff's really been complaining about how tight the car was right in the center of the corner. He just has not been able to turn it. So evidently they made the adjustment on the left side tire pressure. Great stop, 17.9 seconds. A couple of laps ago, Bobby Labonte was in. He had an even better stop, 17.6. These guys are really doing their job in the pits today.
Everybody's in. Randy Pemberton.
28 car is in. They had a good stop down and away. A half a round out on the 28 car on the left side wedge jack. So Dale Jarrett rounded down and away.
Ricky Rudd is in. Ted Musgrave making his pit stop. Here comes Mark Martin and Joe Nemechek. These are all lead lap cars at lap 283. This is 3 straight green flag pit stops. We have not had a caution since lap 47. Rudd finishing his stop. Derek Cope is in as well. Cope moves up to 3rd place on the leaderboard. Mark Martin, Steve Meal, and the Jack Roush crew putting 4 tires on Mark Martin's Ford. And a chassis adjustment. Taking a little out of the right rear. Panhard rod.
Yeah, he right there. Yeah, they're loosening that car up. You've seen he was going counterclockwise. So that means they were raising that Panhard bar on the right side to loosen Mark up. I'd have to say that all the rubber's getting on the track right now. The track is starting to say what I call tightening. You turn on the wheel, the front end won't turn.
Spencer is in. Ricky Craven, Rick Mast making pit stops. Under green. Lap 283. Bobby Hamilton had the lead, gave it up on his pit stop, fell to 4th place. The last win for Petty Enterprises, 1983 at Charlotte, when Richard Petty scored win number 198. Now, when he won 199 and 200, California entrepreneur and former Lieutenant Governor Mike Kerb was listed as the car owner. So this would be the first Petty Enterprises win since the fall race in Charlotte in 1983, should Bobby Hamilton go on to victory lane.
Mike, I was just watching Bobby Hamilton go through the corner, and that looked just like Richard Petty a long time ago. I mean, that car is nailed to the bottom of the racetrack. Every once in a while, the left side will actually go off on the blacktop there. It's handling so well.
Rick Wilson drove this car. Wally Dallenbach most of the season in it. And I think in Bobby Hamilton, Richard has finally found a driver whose temperament and driving style gets along with the Petty way of doing things to the extent where they can get to the front and run well consistently. Dallenbach had some great runs in this car, especially on the road courses. But I think Bobby Hamilton is finally the right driver for Richard Petty.
Yeah, you know, John Andretti drove this car and sat on the front row outside at Michigan, and when John got in the car, you know, they started having some good runs, but then he went on, and he's running great in the 37 car of Michael Kranefuss. So you're right, it's the temperament fit, you know, so it's turning out good right now for the 43 team. You know, one thing also that I noticed is that their pit stops are even great, because they're pretty well cycled out almost now, and he's still got a half a straightaway lead over Jeff Gordon.
Bobby Hamilton is the race leader with Gordon second, Dale Jarrett third, Bobby Labonte fourth, and Ken Schrader has moved up into the fifth spot. We'll be right back. Oh, shoot.
What?
There goes my pick.
Oh.
What, Rudd?
What happened?
Back in.
No.
Yep.
Rear end?
No, just back in
back
again.
in the pits. Not back end.
Oh, yeah,
no, back end, that would, Kenny?
I did not know.
That would be rear end.
Okay.
You are your own dog, you know.
Yeah. Boy, Darrell, man, look at Darrell coming off the turn 4 right now.
Well, oh, yeah, he needs to. He said he was terrible.
Oh, yeah.
I'd be building some more concrete cars if I was Petty.
He's going to park it. Darrell's parking it.
They're going to take that car to Rockingham, which is blacktop also.
Yeah. No, she's not. No, she's not. Wow. I never knew that. What? Another amazing Greg Field, in fact.
What?
About rain tires. There was a NASCAR race with rain tires.
Oh,
really?
Yep.
I'm glad I wasn't there.
Okay, who won? Who won? Tim Flock.
Tim.
Tiny Tim.
Thank you.
This race, what is the longest this race ever gone under green flag?
Oh, I thought you. Well, how long has this race ever gone? Forever.
whatever they get today will be a record that will stand forever, I believe.
I think so.
Man.
The record is 126 miles an hour.
Oh, that's gone.
Okay. Can somebody, Grabs, can you give me an average speed so far?
Today's exclusive coverage of the MBNA 500 presented by Gladiator Vans on TNN is brought to you by the more than 1,000 AutoZone stores across America. AutoZone, the best parts in auto parts.
Ricky Rudd has had to make an unscheduled pit stop. He had to come back in to put 4 tires on the tied Ford, and that will take Rudd off the lead lap. In fact, right now scoring showing him 2 laps down. We are running at a record pace. Bill Elliott in 1990 set the record here for 500 miles at 125.9. Average speed so far 130.6. As you said, Bobby Hamilton had but the quickest pit stop of going through the block.
He had a great pit stop, but Jeff Gordon's turned the wick up just a little bit. He's gaining a little bit on Hamilton right now, as he did just after the pit stop before. He does have a cushion problem in the center part of the corner that they're working on. If anybody can fix it, Ray Everingham can.
And yeah, that's what I was going to say, buddy. Basically, that pit stop enabled, the race is so long that it's enabled Jeff Gordon time to, you know, maybe get his car a little bit better. You know, the race has definitely changed because Jeff Gordon dominated with a straightaway lead, and now it's Bobby Hamilton doing it.
Ricky Rudd had a right rear tire that was not fully tightened. That's why he had to come back in. And as I watched his pit stop, the jack man dropped the right side of the car before those lugs were even hammered home. And when the car and the wheel are sitting on the ground, it's hard to get that wheel snugged up to the hub and get them all tightened, and they did.
That's when you learn to speak a foreign language, when they do that. Man, that's irritating.
Second time this year that has taken Rudd out of contention to win a race.
I tell you, though, I mean, you know, you don't want to make excuses, but that's what competition will do to you. I mean, the guys in the pits are trying to keep him up there in position, and just a little bit too quick of a stop, you know, cost you a lap.
Jeff Gordon closing in on the race leader, Glenn.
Well, one reason he's doing it, Mike, is because he put on scuffs that time. Jeff's still saying the car's a little too tight, but they did not put new tires on. They put on scuffs. Kenny Wallace, you're exactly right. There's a lot of rubber buildup on the racetrack. Cars are sticking too well now, so they went with scuff tires that time. Dale Earnhardt has a radio problem. The crew cannot hear him. He can't talk to them, but he can hear the crew. So Richard Childress had him to wave to see if he couldn't hear them. So at least they've got contact with Dale, but he cannot tell them anything about the car right now. And you've already told about Ricky Rudd having the right rear tire leak problem.
Thanks, Glenn. Jeff Gordon closing in on race leader Bobby Hamilton in the STP Pontiac.
Well, Mike, that's good communication now. Somebody in the pits made this decision. I guarantee you that Jeff Gordon was very happy right now with the change that Ray Evernham and the crew made on the car. You can see he's closing in on Hamilton about 8 or 9 car lengths every lap.
Thank you, Mr. Bank. It's not really a secret anymore that about halfway at Dover Downs, we get the ice cream run. And Ice Cream Sundays Award. I think who blew our cover at the last race? Was it Ernie?
All you guys are having ice cream with me. I figured if I was going to stay up here in this booth, I had to go on a diet. So they're power scarfing today, all my crew up here. But I'm watching the race and enjoying it like all you people back home.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, we got us a great race. Now, all day long, we've had a leader that has had a straightaway lead. This is the best race of the whole day right now. We've got a race for the lead.
Well, you're not enjoying it like all the people at home because you don't have a sofa and a refrigerator up here.
Here comes Jeff Gordon trying to take the lead as they drive into turn 3 there. This car is getting great forward bite right now. As he starts off the corner, you can see him pull just a little bit on Hamilton out of the corner there.
Didn't take long for Gordon to run down Bobby Hamilton once they got the setup right and put the DuPont Chevrolet back into the lead.
Now, Mike, you see he's running the same groove as he was before, but now the tires accommodate his problem that he had with the car pushing. So he's able to run the same groove, but he's getting so much forward bite out of the corner instead of pushing out of the corner.
Right, yeah. And
there's where your point leaders are running. Those are the top 5 in the Winston Cup points, and they're all fairly near the front. Except that there are now 9 cars on the lead lap. So Ted Musgrave of those point leaders and Sterling Marlin are 1 lap down. Look at Earnhardt, who's climbed his way to 5th place at this stage of the race. 279 points behind Jeff Gordon. And if he finishes the race right where he is, he would lose another 25 points. Perhaps 30 if Gordon goes on to lead most laps, but too early for that kind of guessing.
You know, everybody's running a little bit different groove here. I'm watching Earnhardt. He's kind of running right in the middle. Bobby Hamilton's led the race right on the bottom. Jeff Gordon's led the race up on the top, almost out of the black. And here's Earnhardt right in the middle, almost a little bit lower. So it's interesting to watch where everybody puts their car.
That looks like the line Ricky Craven used yesterday in leading a good bit of the 200-lap Busch race, where he takes into the corner low, lets the car diamond up a bit, come back down low to sweep off the corner.
One of the best I ever watched on a racetrack find a groove to suit his car with Harry Gant. Now, here at this racetrack especially, he would run differently than most people out there, and he would find a way to keep the RPM up on that race car around the whole racetrack, and he would wear you out in front of him on a race field just because he was smart enough to find the right place.
Here in Atlanta. But if you look way up toward the wall where the Harry Gant groove is, that's where all that little rubber dust goes, and it would be hard, if not impossible, to run up there today.
And can you believe, I guess, what, maybe 7, 8 years ago, that's where they used to run at this racetrack. You talk about a 360-degree difference now. I mean, the groove was up at the wall, right, buddy?
You take the power steering off these cars, and they'd be right back up there again, too.
That's a pretty good mention right there. Power steering is able you to turn down to the bottom all day long.
Jeff Gordon laps past Jeff Burton, who goes to the Jack Roush team next year in a 3rd Roush car. And the sun pokes through for the first time today. We'll be right back.
Up here.
Oh, okay.
Hey, Dale Jarrett quietly getting back into the fray.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh. Tremendous observation on your part, young guy.
When we come back, let's talk about Earnhardt pushing real bad and talk about the hand signal, the old hand signals. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 roof door.
Okay, I just put the clock on Gordon. He ran a 25.16. Dale Jarrett ran a 24.88. So they took some wedge out of Dale Jarrett's car. Like I said, they tried to loosen Jeff up, and he's still complaining that it's too tight.
I think you're right. I think we should talk about Dale's almost caught second-place car.
Yeah. It's, man, just the slightest little adjustment right now can be critical because there's so much rubber on the track.
Oh! No, you don't get it.
Yeah!
You don't, no. What he's doing is he's trying to tell him the car is pushing.
Oh, yeah, down.
He's adjusting the car without a radio. He's telling them what they need.
He's telling the crew what it's doing.
Yeah.
That's what I want. That's what I'm saying. We need to talk about it.
Door means tight and roof means loose, right?
I think so.
I don't know.
That's what I used to have.
That's right. Door is push, roof.
.314 laps complete. Now remember, Dale Earnhardt cannot talk to his crew. They can talk to him, but he cannot communicate with them by radio, so we go back to the old hand signal system, buddy.
Mike, for years, when you see him patting the door, that means that he's tight. If he is doing the roof, that means he's loose. He's actually still communicating without a radio.
You hit the door, the car's pushing.
Right.
You put your hand and hit the roof, the car's loose.
That's it.
You know, he was patting the door, but he was trying to tell him something else. He was like
pointing to the right front.
Yeah, right front, like he's afraid, like he's wanting to tell him the right front's going away.
I think they got the message. Here's the interval among the top 5. You see that Earnhardt is 18 seconds behind the leader. And Dale Jarrett closing in. There's that signal again.
He's signaling more. He's telling him, I think, the right front tire. Maybe it feels like it's down on air or going to blow out or something.
And while we were away, Mark Martin went a lap down, so that will leave us 8 cars on the lead lap. So Glenn Jarrett has been interpreting the sign language down in Earnhardt's pit.
Well, Mike, what I can interpret right now, they're getting ready to make a pit stop. What the last thing they asked him was, Dale, if the engine is missing, pound on the door. Well, he pounded on the door. We've seen that. So evidently, as well as a chassis problem, they've got an engine problem. I'm going to see if I can go and decode a little bit more of this stuff, and I'll get a little more information from you. I'll ask Andy Petrie in just a second what they're getting ready to do to the car. I'll report back.
Thanks, Glenn. So Earnhardt running in 5th place, trying to keep from losing any ground to Jeff Gordon in the championship chase. Trying to get himself in contention to perhaps win.
Well, there at one time, he was talking about the chassis being off. Glenn had reported to us that he is having a chassis problem, and apparently he's got a little bit of an engine problem now also.
If he heard them correctly.
That's the whole thing. You really don't know.
Brett Devine makes a stop as you look at the average speed running above the race record set by Bill Elliott in 1990.
And yeah, that sun glaring off of Dale Earnhardt's car.
Yeah, where'd that come from?
I don't know, but I don't think it's going to stay out. It's going back in right now as we speak. A lot of clouds around the racetrack, but a little bit of an opening for that sun to peek out. Boy, I tell you, if the sun did stay out, it would change the racetrack then again because it would heat the rubber up that's on the racetrack.
Question our 800 line. If Jeff Gordon wins the championship, would he be the youngest Winston Cup champion ever? No, he'd be second. Bill Rexford in 1950 was 23 years old. Richard Petty in 1964 won his first title at age 27, and Terry Labonte in 1984 at age 28. So Gordon could become the second youngest Winston Cup champ ever. Danny Myers from Dale Earnhardt's crew is trying to get a closer look at the sign language. He has binoculars out there to get a look at the boss. Glenn?
Well, I asked Andy Petrie if he had an engine miss. He said, no, the engine seems to be okay, but he still hasn't determined what the car needs. They've been fighting a push all day, and that's what they're trying to determine. They're still trying to see. You can see Chocolate with Danny Myers there looking at Earnhardt when he comes by to see what kind of signal he's trying to give him. They haven't been able to determine it. I'm going to ask Chocolate what he said. Danny, do you have any idea what he's trying to signal you?
We don't know right now. We're just asking him a few things, and
He's telling him to put his hand on the roof, put his hand on the door, you know, trying to communicate like that. We don't know what it's saying. Well, we still haven't deciphered this problem yet. We'll keep working on it.
You know, simply those radios going out is how tough this sport is right now, because the crew needs to know what they need to do to make the car better. Now, if they don't know what they need to do to make the car better, Dale might finish, say, 8th instead of 5th, or 5th instead of 2nd. So, you know, radios are really, really important in a long race like this.
See Danny Myers there. He's been with Earnhardt for many, many years now. And he's one of the few guys out there, if the jack ever broke, he just left one end of that car up while they worked on it.
I think you're right. Take a look back up front at lap 324, 176 to go. 8 cars now on the lead lap. Jeff Gordon trying to put Derek Cope, the 8th place car, or rather put Derek Cope, yes, the 8th place car, 1 lap down. We'll be right back.
They got those tires on Gordon. Goodbye.
Adios, amigos.
I hope they don't have any more like those.
Not good.
Hey, Mike.
Hey, Glenn.
This might be one time where having this pit position might be detrimental to them. They're trying to get Dale to give them hand signals, but they're so far down in the corner here that he's got to have both hands on the wheel.
Uh-oh, we have a car in the wall, then turn 4.
Morgan hit the wall.
Who did?
Morgan, but he's okay. No yellow.
Okay. But
no,
you might,
Glenn, you're right. I think you ought to talk about that.
well,
You're exactly right.
Whoever, but I think it ought to be brought out.
Yep. 21 hit the wall, but yep, now caution's
going.
out. Caution's out.
Caution is out. Okay, yeah.
That'll kill.
A little bit of desperate.
Welcome back to Dover, where the 3rd caution flag of the day has just flown. Morgan Shepherd got the Wood Brothers Citgo Ford up and into the wall in the middle of turn 3 and 4. He was able to continue on, but debris on the racetrack there has brought out the caution flag. 3rd one of the day, lap 327. Now, Glenn Jarrett brings up an interesting point, and I have probably been the biggest critic this year about allowing the champion to pick his pit position first, because he always takes the last pit down at the end of pit road. And Glenn, it looks as if perhaps this is one time when having that pit stall has hurt Dale Earnhardt rather than helped him. We'll get that from Glenn in a second as we get set for pit stops, but Earnhardt's trying to hand signal, but he's trying to hand signal where he has to be turning into the corner and needs his attention and both hands on the wheel.
As he goes by the pits down there, he's got his hands full of steering wheel, but he's still trying to communicate. Now on the caution here, they will be able to talk to each other and get this thing sorted out.
Jeff Gordon brings the first of the lead lap cars down pit road. There's Bobby Hamilton and Dale Jarrett. Also on the lead lap, Bobby Labonte, Dale Earnhardt, Rusty Wallace back on the lead lap. Joe Nemechek and Derek Cope got the big save on that caution. He was about to go a lap down. Randy?
Well, Bobby Hamilton is in. No major changes on the 43 car. They just put 4 tires on it and away he went. How's he coming out down there, Glenn?
Well, Earnhardt brings the car in, buddy. You're exactly right. This is the break he needed. At least they can communicate now. Right now, they're servicing the car, 4 tires and fuel. And I know that they're trying to get a word with Dale to find out exactly what he was trying to tell him. Haven't seen anybody. In fact, nobody talked to him. Good pit stop, 17.4 seconds. He beat out Bobby Labonte and Rusty Wallace. A great pit stop by those guys. I'm going to get a word with Andy Petrie now and find out exactly what was wrong.
.328 laps complete as pit stops of the lead lap cars are completed. Today's AutoZone Tech Fact is brought to you by the more than 1,000 AutoZone stores across America. AutoZone, the best parts in auto parts.
Driver comfort in a Winston Cup car is very important. To keep a driver cool and to keep him focused all day. A lot of drivers use a lot of different methods. Some, just a $10 blower with a hose to blow some air where they can in the car just to move some air around. A lot of drivers take this helmet hose, tie it on the window net, hook it on the helmet, and get what they can. Problem is, if it's 90 outside, it's 90 inside. We got a company called Computech from Kansas City, Missouri. They made this for us. What it is, it's an in-car heat pump. It works like an air conditioner in your house. It has heat exchangers in it. If it's 80 outside, Kyle Petty thinks it's 50. He can control it right here. He's got just a blower. Then when he hits low, the air conditioner comes on. Cooler air, less blowing. He puts it on high, he's got more air blowing and even cooler air. It's made a difference in our driver.
Driver can't do his best job unless he's comfortable.
You got it. I
And
noticed he even had some vents in the top of the helmet there to let some of the heat off the top of his head.
And a driver who is cool will be more alert. You get that cool air on you.
Well, as Vince Lombardi used to say, fatigue makes a coward out of anybody.
Very good statement. Sure is. I tell you, these races are so long nowadays, making so much horsepower. You know, if you have a side window on the right side, you get no air in there. And a lot of I know my brother Rusty bought one of those systems and is using them. So, you know, I think that it goes to say that, you know, you don't got to be tough, you got to be cool, so you can be a little bit more focused at the end of the race.
Darrell Walter back to the garage with the Western Auto Chevrolet. Has had a long, tough day. He is in 36th position and has completed about 94 laps. We're under caution for the third time today. We'll be right back.
Never mind. You don't need to go. No, you stay. You stay. Wah, wah, wah.
Been together. I'll tell you what. Number 12, Derek Cook. He's got a good race.
Yes, he does.
8th spot.
Boy, did he luck out.
Getting ready to get
Derek,
lapped.
12 still on the lead lap, right?
Yep.
He lucked out because Jeff Gordon was right on him. Inches.
Boy, don't you know, now he can run the race.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Gail, is that good? Is that good? Oh, no. They're killing me up here. Everybody's just
Satellite people, we are eating ice cream.
big time eating. Strawberry, my favorite.
Getting ready to go green. One to go.
Gail's got a cup of chocolate over here. It must be 3 inches deep.
Where's our rookies at? Okay.
As we were saying, Dale Jarrett is now in third.
Looks like 33 cars from.
This is the first time the leaders have actually been together at a restart, where everybody really gets after it, you know? What's right?
Sickling. He's grabbing a little bit more air. Tightening down his belt.
What's the say now? Go with the 10. I just want to know what it says. Who else? 10:33:25. Nice cars off.
Nice cars away. Get ready. They just waved the green flag for the restart, and Jeff Gordon steps on it. Trying to get away from Bobby Hamilton, Dale Jarrett, Dale Earnhardt, and Bobby Labonte. Mark Martin there in the Valvoline car is a lap down, so is Ted Musgrave, separating the leader from the rest of the pack. So is Sterling Marlin. Watching from Mark Martin's car, back at his Jack Roush stablemate, Musgrave. Jack Roush decided to build that second team. He said he had 4 or 5 drivers on his short list. Mark Martin said he had only one, Musgrave. He got the job.
See, both of these are teammates that you see racing right here. Musgraves is looking to the inside, trying to get by Mark Martin. I think he may be a little faster, but Mark's got that groove in there, really racing hard.
Jeff Gordon has pulled the string. He is gone.
They must have 2 sets of stuff, because he is really on that thing. He's pulling away. He's, like you said, he's about 10, 12 car lengths in the lead right now. The race is just behind him. Everybody's trying to get by Mark Martin to catch up to Jeff Gordon.
A whole bunch of people sitting here hoping he doesn't have another set. All right, Earnhardt, Bobby Hamilton, and the 28 of Dale Jarrett. Nose to tail.
Wow.
Second, third, and fourth.
Bobby Hamilton's car looked like it had supercharger in the center part of that corner when he come from the back of Dale Earnhardt there. I mean, he closed in 4 or 5 car lengths in that one corner, but that can happen. When you're going through the corner, if Dale was starting to get a little bit loose or something, you catch him so fast. A lot of people say, well, that was rough driving, but if they back off just a little bit, you catch them so fast you wouldn't believe it.
Yeah, and right there is where you've seen Hamilton's car was a little bit quicker than Dale's, but you know, Dale's a great driver. He's hanging on to it to keep him right up there in position. And, you know, and the only car on the lead lap right there, well, Jeff Gordon's checked out, but that Mark Martin, Musgrave, and Sterling Marlin all are lapped down. You got to get all the way back to Dale Jarrett for second.
Let's go to Bobby Hamilton's pit. Here's Randy.
Well, on the last set of tires, just prior to this caution flag pit stop, Bobby Hamilton said the car got a little tight. That's when Jeff Gordon went around and took the lead. I went to crew chief Robbie Loomis and I asked him what they would do to the car to fix it. So we're not going to do anything. We're just going to bolt another set on. Maybe that set just wasn't quite to his liking. But the bottom line is, I asked him about scuffed tires. He said, we might want to try a set, but we don't have any. So we're going to have to go with what we got.
Randy, we just saw something here. Bobby Hamilton just powered around the outside of Earnhardt.
That's as rare as a white tiger right there. Somebody passing Dale Earnhardt on a slick racetrack on the outside. I mean, Bobby Hamilton's car is working.
Here he goes past Mark Martin. That's not for position, but it will move him and Earnhardt up closer to the lead.
Now, Mark is off the pace. There's something wrong with Mark Martin. He's dropped from like second in the running order on the track. It's like a motor problem or not feeling comfortable about something.
Bobby Hillen goes past. Yeah, Mark's holding up now. Bobby Labonte, and boy, Ricky Rudd had to get way out of the throttle and climb the hill. He's going to lose 4 spots on the racetrack because Mark Martin just about stopped in the middle of turn 2.
Yeah, Mark Martin he's we got a chain reaction here. Mark's got big problems right now, and he can't get to the bottom, he can't get to the top. He's causing mass confusion here. Now he's trying to get back to the bottom. You'd think he'd want to pit, but here he slides back up to the top of the track right now. We'll have to see how this plays out. This is a little nervy because everybody's after a caution flag here. You can see how Schrader catches right up on him real quick.
Now you see Schrader there. He is not right up on it as fast a car as everybody else, but you see that car is actually working pretty good. His hands are pretty still on the steering wheel. You see his arm there just in the left-hand side of the shot there. He's not really fighting the car.
We had reported him up in 5th place. That was incorrect. Schrader right now is carried as 2 laps down. He's the 13th place car. There's your top 5. There are 8 cars on the lead lap. Back to Derek Cope. That other pack battling 1 lap down.
And in front of this right now, Rusty just got by Dale Earnhardt. Okay, I wanted to be quiet there for that was Ken Howell, the crew chief, and Kenny Schrader telling Schrader they were communicating that he is tighter on those tires right now. So Kenny Schrader is a little bit tighter.
And Earnhardt says his car is still tight.
Right, and Rusty got by the 3 car, and the fans went absolutely crazy. That's the only reason. That's the only reason I knew it. They all stood up in front of our booth here.
Here it is. Earnhardt says his car is still tight. There goes Rusty.
You can tell Earnhardt just moved over and let Rusty have the preferred line there. You won't see that very often, but that shows you that Earnhardt even has that, when somebody's a little bit quicker, he'll give them the favor because someday they'll have to move for him.
You know, one thing I've learned, here we go inside the in-car camera of Kenny Schrader. You know, Mark Martin must have been uncomfortable because his backup, he's running right now. He must have been in a position that his car didn't feel good. As you look out the back of Kenny Schrader, he's just content right now to run behind Mark. I was going to say earlier, you know, Earnhardt has let a couple of guys get by him. You know, Dale's going to get to the front if he can, but he once told me, he says, look, I'll never hold anybody up. Maybe, you know, for the win or something, but I watched Dale here about 10 laps ago move down to the middle of the front straightaway and allow Bobby to get to the outside of him. So, you know, he knew Bobby was faster and didn't want to hold him up.
Napa Field standing update. Napa, we keep America running. Here's how they're running. 8 cars on the lead lap. And only 3 cars 1 lap down. Jeff Gordon has led 24 of the 25 races this year. Pam from Pennsylvania called and asked if any driver has led a lap in every race in a season. Nope. Came close. Bobby Allison, 1972, led 30 races of the 31 race season. The last race at Texas World Speedway, he did not lead a lap. But Allison led the final 9 races in 71 and the first 30 of 72. So Bobby has the all-time Winston Cup record of leading in 39 races in a row. Jeff Gordon has led everywhere, but I think Sears Point this year. Ricky Rudd pulling up on Schrader. Now that is a battle for position. They are both 2 laps down. Rudd had that unscheduled stop for right side, right rear lug nuts.
You know, as Buddy was talking about earlier, you watch the in-car camera there at Kenny Schrader. And Kenny, all those hands aren't moving a lot. You know, the car might be doing something, enabling him to where he can't get into the throttle quick enough. So, although he does look smooth, he can't get into the throttle.
Randy, what's the story on Mark Martin's car?
Well, I think Kenny said something about him being uncomfortable. That's exactly right. The car is just extremely tight. These guys have been working on it. They're going nowhere with it at the moment. He went a lap down, and I went to Jack Rouse, said, what's the problem? He kind of shrugged his shoulders. I asked Steve Neal. He sort of shrugged his shoulders. He's trying to find a line to run out there, but when the car's tight, he just can't seem to find it.
And there you see Mark shrugging his shoulders.
Yeah, you know, I know Mark. I've known him for a long time. Him and Rusty come up in ASA together. For Mark to do something like that, you know, Mark would simply say, hey, I was doing all I could do. I was about ready to get wrecked. So he had everybody gathered up on his rear bumper, and he just knew at any time they were going to hit him, so he got out of the way.
6th place battle. Joe Nemechek gets underneath Bobby Labonte. Burger King Chevy up to 6th place. So at 352 laps, 148 to go here at Dover Downs. Jeff Gordon, once again, is the class of this field. We'll be right back to Dover.
Today.
Could change the track.
Yeah.
It's going to stay out pretty long too, ain't it?
Yep.
Looks like it.
Yep. Yep. Where's Larry Mack with the 5-minute forecast?
Yeah, really.
That was the funniest thing we ever did that never got on the air.
What did he do?
They had this, you know, the 5-minute forecast. It was like 501 sun, 502 clouds, 503 rain, and we never got to use it. It was a great graphic. Why can't TNN keep
Greg.
a lap counter on the screen?
Hey,
well,
Greg.
That's because we don't want to.
Can you
Again? I thought we had to do that twice. Well,
is Jarrett catching Gordon a little bit?
43 cars coming underneath Jarrett.
They got a good race.
43 car past.
Well, not anymore.
had a good race.
Had a good race. I think Bobby Hamilton will catch Gordon.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
What do you mean?
Did you say I was nuts?
That's been established.
Yeah, everybody knows I'm crazy. Hey, you know what I just noticed? Warren Burton's out of this deal. I mean, he's like 28.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's had motor trouble for about
Hey, that's a good one. Is there a big difference in tire pressure between asphalt and concrete tracks?
Well, they give a recommended pressure. You want to be careful to not get too low because there's so much more adhesion.
Okay.
Depends on whether you...
Today's exclusive coverage of the MBNA 500 presented by Gladiator Vans on TNN is brought to you by Pontiac and your local Pontiac dealer. We are driving excitement.
The NASCAR Family Cruise is December 4th through 7th on the Big Red Boat. R.J. Reynolds, Image South Marketing, Laval Corporation. Want to take you out there with Kyle Petty, Ernie Irvin, Todd Bodine, Ted Musgrave, Steve Grissom, and their families to benefit the Winston Cup Racing Wives Auxiliary. Call the number on your screen for information. 359 laps are complete. There is Bobby Hamilton, who has passed Dale Jarrett and moved up into 2nd spot. Here's how it happened.
See him going down the back straightaway. He pulls up on Jarrett, makes the move pretty easy getting into turn 3. Jarrett, I think, is running a very controlled race right now, and he's not pushing the car too hard at this moment.
Yeah, the best thing about a pass like that is, you know, they're sitting there running bumper to bumper, and the 43 car kind of just moves out of his mirror, and Dale says, hey, go on. You know, they're fighting for second and third, and they don't want to, you know, wreck each other this early into the race for second spot.
Jim from Florida calls in. What's the most amount of points any driver can win today? 185. 175 for winning the race. Every driver who leads a lap gets 5 bonus points, and the driver who leads the most laps gets 5 bonus points. And Jeff Gordon's lead in the standings is due to a lot of that. He has picked up 175 bonus points this year for leading and for leading the most laps. Dale Earnhardt has 100 bonus points. Rusty Wallace has 90.
Well, this is almost a repeat of what happened in Rockingham this year with the 24 car of Jeff Gordon. Once he got into the lead, he just went on. I mean, this car is really working now. The only car that might be measured up to him right now is, of course, Bobby Hamilton, who's in second.
It seesawed just a little bit today. Jeff got a little too tight. His car may still be tight, but it's a good tight. Let's put it that way. And he's keeping that same margin on the 43 car, Bobby Hamilton.
Dale Earnhardt, riding in 5th, has been signing for his pit crew because the pit crew cannot hear his in-car radio. Glenn, what's the update?
Well, Mike, I had Don Hawks, who is Earnhardt's personal manager, came over to me and told me, he said, hey, I got to tell you what's wrong with the radio. He said, it's my fault. On one of the green flag stops, Don was handing him some water with the extension thing there that holds the water, and he tipped the water over before Earnhardt got it, and spilled it in the radio, and shorted the radio out. So Don came up and admitted it himself, but that's what's wrong with Earnhardt's radio.
Oops. Well, now, Glenn, on a pit stop, where that radio sits just inside the door, can't they just replace it?
Well, they have to unhook it and all that, and you're pretty busy here at Dover, and I don't think Earnhardt would have time to hook the thing back up, Mike. So they haven't decided to try that. They tried all 3 channels that they operate on that they have in their frequency, but they just had no communication with him, so they haven't decided to try that yet.
You're right. It's 2 connections. One connection for the talk and receive channel, and a separate connection for the antenna. It might take too much time and might not be all that accessible.
You know, I'm going to tell you something. Joe Nemechek has been kind of quiet all day. Right now, he's in 6th spot, and that is for position right there. So Joe Nemechek, the Burger King car, is really running good. You know, you hate to see a guy run that great all day long and not mention him. So, you know, Joe is doing a great job. I bet right now he's got fire in his eyes to be able to run down Dale Earnhardt.
He's in 6th place. Here's the battle for 7th. Derek Cope closing up on Bobby Labonte. 7th and 8th place.
You can see Bobby's car get just a little bit loose coming out of turn 4 there. That is so uncomfortable because you can run right out against the wall. When that back end tilts out like that, if it ever touches that wall, you talk about getting an asphalt rash. You know, you can do it in a hurry.
And that could be a push situation where, let's watch the 18 car. Up in the middle of the corner, he's turning on the wheel. And now he's turning, and then the rear end will come around a little bit. So it could be a push loose deal, but 12 car gains on him right there, right in the middle a little bit. See how I closed up on him? Mark Martin's watching all this.
You know, Mark fell back a while ago. A lot of times, if you get out of the groove a little bit and the car turns sideways on you, all of a sudden you say, maybe the right rear is going flat. So you'll check up for a couple of laps just to make sure everything's back like it ought to be. But he looks like he's back up to speed now.
Folks, if you're new to the sport, to make this real easy, if the car pushes, it wants to go straight when you want it to turn. And if the car is loose, it wants to keep on turning after you got into the corner and the back end come around.
Or as the great Neil Bonnet used to say, if you're pushing, you see the wreck.
Right. Well, what'd you say that day? Push, you hit the wall with the front of the car. Loose, you hit it with the back of the car.
That's it.
That's it.
You got it.
Okay. 130 laps to go here at Dover Downs, Delaware in the MBNA 500. 7th place battle's a good one. Derek Cope pulling down on Barney Hall from MRN Radio.
Hey, Barney, how you doing, bud?
Barney, no room in the booth? You come visit us anytime. Moving past Brett Bodine is race leader Jeff Gordon out of turn number 2. I think Barney just came to see what flavor ice cream we were having.
think so. I mean, Kenny left more than I normally get. What a huge thing of ice cream Kenny Wallace has devoured here today.
I can't eat all that. You know, I got to run Martinsville next week. Got to make sure I don't get too much junk food in there.
Yeah, more left side weight. All right, 372 laps. Jeff Gordon up front. Bobby Hamilton in second. Dale Jarrett is third. Rusty Wallace up to fourth. Dale Earnhardt's the fifth place car. We'll be right back.
Whenever I can. Filbert's mother, she had a mild heart
Oh, yes.
attack.
Yep. And we got 800 call what you're going to do next year.
Okay.
Inquiring minds want to know.
I'll tell them.
What you gonna do?
I will tell them. I'd be happy to.
I figured you would.
Yes.
What's it all about?
And another good call. What's Dale Jarrett? What's Robert Yates going to do for a pit crew on short notice?
They're hiring people right now. Matter of fact, they hired one of the guys from the 6 car.
2 of the guys.
2?
Yeah.
Okay, I know 1. I think they'll just put them in place.
Oh yeah.
Is there an invisible cable that 24 car is hooked to that is just going around here? I mean, it looks like a replay of the lap before every time he goes by.
What's amazing is that they're so good. The kids' cars never nothing. I mean, it just looks like it's going like that.
He better be careful.
Uh-oh.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm done. Thank you.
That's good.
Today's exclusive coverage of the MBNA 500, presented by Gladiator Vans on TNN, is brought to you by Napa. We keep America running.
There's the Tomahawk. Not the Atlanta Braves either. It's that Tomahawk that sits over the pit of Jeff Gordon, and there's one in the stands as well. The kid was doing the wave with the Tomahawk, and that's what Gordon's doing, is waving goodbye.
They call him the Rainbow Warriors, and I tell you, he's on the warpath right now. But just behind him, you could just see in that shot there, Bobby Hamilton's closed in quite a bit on him.
Hamilton having perhaps his best career run. Also, Joe Nemechek having a career best today. He was 9th at Pocono in July, 10th at Dover in June. Nemechek is in 6th place right now. Well, the sun continues to beat down on the grandstand. That's a welcome sight here. Some of those sweatshirts coming off. Folks getting a little warm weather wear here. It was very cool and damp this morning.
The sun's been out for about 15-20 minutes now, and then there's clouds moving in, so the sun's going to go out here a little bit and can change the handling characteristics on this racetrack.
Todd from Pennsylvania calls in, says Robert Yates going to have 2 cars now with Ernie Irvin and Dale Jarrett. Where are they going to get the crew for the second car?
Well, one thing I do know is they've acquired a couple of people. One has come from the 6 team with Jack Roush. And, buddy, I don't know. What's your opinion?
Well, I think you're hiring people right now getting ready to do this team. And there's a lot of people around right now that have good qualities as far as crewmen. And I'm sure they're hiring them up right now getting ready.
Also, Paul's stepfather called, wants to know if he's still working for Jeff Bodine. If you mean Paul Andrews, yes, he is still Jeff Bodine's crew chief. Billy Taylor, who owned the modified car that Jeff drove to a lot of victories and also worked with that Dick Armstrong team when Jeff had such a phenomenal season in the modifieds, has been working with the Bodine team for the last 3 weeks as well. And he's having a blast. He says Jeff asked him to come down, and he's down there. He's pretty much got the team in stitches. He's a tremendous chassis guy as well from upstate New York. Going to go back home to run Syracuse. Says he's never won that $100 grand. Give it another shot this year.
Crowd's starting to move around just a little bit. Bobby Hamilton's closing in on the leader. He's pulled it down to about 20 car lengths now.
And look at Nemechek. He's closing up on Dale Earnhardt for 5th place. Earnhardt in 5th. And you'll see Nemechek right there. That's about the best run he's had this season.
Yeah, they've kind of stabled out now. Nemechek was up on Earnhardt's rear bumper a little bit closer than that. Right now it's kind of even to right there. Now Teddy Musgrave is getting up behind Joe Nemechek.
Well, they trail the leader by 14 seconds.
Right, and right now Ted Musgrave is running in the 12th spot. Joe Nemechek is running in the 6th spot. So it's not for position, but it's for length on the racetrack, because the way the leader's running right now, you can't afford to let up dogs if you make a quick circle.
Nemechek's going to make this pass.
Here he goes. He's caught Dale in a hurry.
Well, Dale had to check up a little bit there for Ricky Craven, and of course he did close up, but now he's got to go by the same car that Dale had to slow up for, so I don't know. They'll stabilize about 5-6 car lengths back.
A lot easier to walk through an open door. That's what Nemechek did.
Every time.
You bet. 386 laps complete, 114 to go. Jeff Gordon out in front of Bobby Hamilton, Dale Jarrett, Rusty Wallace, and Dale Earnhardt.
Yes. Did we get a competition yellow?
No, I don't think so.
I don't want to see anybody have any trouble, because I wouldn't mind seeing this thing get tightened up.
I know. Let's not give Jeff Gordon any more tires. Don't even hand me that. Don't even hand me that.
What is it?
Oh, it's the long list of sponsors again. Okay, thank you.
Jimmy Spencer. Oh, never mind. He made it.
Yep.
What's it all about, Alfie? And Kenny's back in the booth. Second
So
stop.
you have to answer those questions. How do the drivers go to the bathroom? Because you've gone about 18 times in this telecast.
Yeah.
Second stop for Kenny during this 500
Second pit stop
race.
under green for Kenny Wallace, folks.
Yeah.
But he makes it back from the bathroom in time. 1 minute, 32 seconds. In October, on the 7th, Saturday afternoon, Subway 200 NASCAR Super Truck Series by Craftsman. Rained out show from earlier this year will be run at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. We'll bring it to you live right here on the Nashville Network, of course. Jeff Gordon continues to lead Bobby Hamilton. Dale Jarrett in the 3rd spot. Rusty Wallace, Dale Earnhardt, Joe Nemechek, Derek Cope, and Bobby Labonte are the cars on the lead lap. Ed from Arizona called this morning while it was raining when we first came on the air and said, Goodyear rain tires, would NASCAR ever use them? I guess they tested rain tires.
I would have said no, but Greg Fieldings, of course, come up with the answer to this
Another Field and Fast fact. 1956, Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin, Road America. One NASCAR Winston Cup race was run in the rain. Of course, tires back then had grooves in them anyway. They were the same tires used on your highway car in 1956. Tim Block won.
And they tested rain tires at Watkins Glen this year. Mark Martin and Dale Earnhardt did that.
So don't count anything out.
Hey, I'd like to take this moment. My car owner, Philbert Martasi, his mother, Mary Martasi, had a mild heart attack about 3 days ago. And Mary, if you're listening, we hope you get better, and hope you're watching the telecast.
106 to go. Let's take you back through the top 3. Show you the interval back. We have 8 cars on the lead lap. Back to Bobby Labonte. 1 lap down. Sterling Marlin, Mark Martin, and Bobby Hillen continuing to run well after that awful pit stop that put him a lap down. There's your leader, Gordon. There's Bobby Hamilton. And 3rd place, Dale Jarrett, 7 seconds behind the leader. Rusty Wallace in 4th, and Earnhardt in 5th. And we'll give you a lap time this time by on leader Jeff Gordon. 25 flat.
That 0 just hanging there, isn't it?
Sure was.
That's a pretty quick lap.
Especially considering it's been almost 70 laps since pit stops.
Right. And the sun is going in and out here. I bet these drivers are thinking, what is going on? For me, it seems like Jeff Gordon is kind of cutting through this field a little bit quicker towards the end of this race.
Oh, thanks a lot.
Yeah.
You really brought them all back to the television on that little comment.
Oh, yes. Yes,
Man.
folks, don't touch that dial. Kenny, how long have you worked here, not counting tomorrow?
He is flying.
This race is far from over.
Right now, he's even catching up on Bobby Hillen, who stayed in the tail end of the lead lap for the longest time and followed Jeff.
I think the best way to get everybody back in this race is to send one of our pit runners down, gather up all of Jeff Gordon's tires.
I think what made me say that, guys, is he's just about to put Bobby Labonte down. And that's
That's a good race car.
Bobby's running 8th right now, so he's getting ready to lap the 8th place car.
Well, you know, back in Rockingham, these were the two cars that really battled it out, Bobby Labonte and Jeff Gordon. And Bobby's just a little bit off, and believe you me, if you miss the handling package just a little bit, you look like you're so far out in left field that it don't even count. And sometimes you just can't make the adjustments to get the car back once it gets off.
Lapping past Bobby Hillen, who the first 200 miles of this race was one of the fastest cars on the racetrack. And there's Nemechek. Has not caught Dale Earnhardt as we thought he might. 5th and 6th place still remain a little bit of a distance there.
This race is so much about staying power. I mean, it seems like a day ago, 200 laps. You know, we're at 400 lap mark. There's 100 to go. I mean, it doesn't do no good to run good for 200 laps. It comes down to such a long race. And Gordon and Bobby Hamilton is catching him as we talk about that. Has got great staying power right now.
Well, we're going to have pit stops coming up here pretty quickly. So with 100 miles to go, let's take a break from Dover Down. Jeff Gordon leaving Bobby Hamilton, Dale Jarrett, Rusty Wallace, Dale Earnhardt, the front 5, Joe Nemechek, Derek Cope, and Bobby Labonte on the lead lap. We'll be right back. Yeah. How long have we all worked here, not counting tomorrow? Wow.
I know.
Yeah.
Beavis.
Right. Oh, we got to ask you what you're doing next year. What was that girl's name? Debbie from somewhere.
Wear that 800.
You know anybody named Debbie?
Debbie from the United States.
Yeah.
Wear that 800 thing out for a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
Till they start.
It's like I hate that. We're out there on the cruise ship. You know, out in the middle of the ocean, and the guy goes, all right, how many of you from out of town?
Yeah.
Jeez. I can't believe it. Oh, green flag stops.
I swear. Look at that.
Don't swear.
Don't.
I can't
Be
believe.
nice.
I can't
Hamilton's
believe.
closing
That's
in.
better.
Yeah. I mean, he's getting ready to catch over.
Pandemonium
Look,
strikes.
half the straightaway from Mark the Kid Martin. Of course, he's already down a lap.
Mark.
I know Mark, he's livid right now. I can't believe I got lapped twice.
Look at Rick NASCAR. Wow.
Man, from the pole. See where my brother Mike's at. Michael is 26, 390.
Everybody, we've had like five people call in and say, is Rusty going top fuel racing last year? Because he was talking about.
He's gonna maybe on a pro stock team next year.
Your kid.
I mean, I'm not gonna tell him who, but it's well, for satellite, I can't say anything. But yeah,
he was giving Prudhomme advice when we came on at the top of the
Take a little bit of clutch out.
Rusty's looking to going in partners with Paul Candy's on a pro stock car. Yeah. Maybe Miller Junior Draft is. If Miller doesn't do it, Rusty won't do it.
No.
But have it.
That's nice. Okay. Will you wake us up then?
Oh, man.
Packed house here at Dover Downs. Welcome back to our live TNN telecast. Mike Joy with Buddy Baker and Kenny Wallace. Watching the Mbna 500 unfold. Watching Jeff Gordon try to ride off into the sunset. Bobby Hamilton, Dale Jarrett, Rusty Wallace, Dale Earnhardt, Joe Nemechek, Derek Pope, and Bobby Labonte trying to run him down.
Boy, he just goes by Ricky Rudd like he stopped almost, and Ricky's a very good race car out there. Jeff Gordon's got this thing dialed in. You see him going down the back straightaway there. He's fast off the corner, getting in the center part of the corner, so he really don't have any weakness to work on.
Now, a couple of weeks ago, we got 3 or 4 800 number calls. We ran from Louisiana, carried from New Mexico, 2 or 3 more. One of the teams had a fanny pack or backpack compressed air system to run their lug wrenches so that they wouldn't have those hoses dragged across pit road. And what became of all that? Well, they were allowed to use them in that race. There was no rule governing it. And Gary Nelson told all the Winston Cup troops, he says, any of you teams that have bought that scuba gear for pit stops, he said, send it back. It is not approved. You're not going to see it in Winston Cup racing, at least not this season.
Yeah, we pretty much.
Trouble.
We have trouble.
No, Mike Wallace and Dale Jarrett go slamming into the turn 4 wall. Somebody was trying to get to pit road, and somebody else was trying to continue around the racetrack, and both cars crashed. That is exactly where Jarrett ended up in the wall in June on the 3rd lap of the race in the melee that followed the John Andretti spin.
Man, that's a shame.
What a hit.
This race has been going so smooth.
A hard hit for both Mike Wallace and the 28 of Dale Jarrett, Randy Pemberton.
The 28 car was 1 lap away, or 2 laps possibly, from coming down pit road. The crew was poised on top of the wall, and I mean, you want to see a bunch of stunned guys down here in this pit. They're all looking to see if Dale climbs out of the car. We see him moving now. Obviously a destroyed race car and a bunch of destroyed hearts down here. They had such a good run going. My goodness, the bad luck for this team, even though they run well, it just continues. There's Robert.
There was an obvious miscue in hand signals as one driver was trying to pit and the other was trying to run the low groove around the racetrack. There was a 3rd car just ahead of them coming onto pit road. Now there's Dale Jarrett moving around and getting out. Look at the slow car in front. That's Lake Speed, the slow car way up front. There's Jarrett.
Oh.
There's Craven behind him. Whoa.
Dale just got loose. Well.
No, he took a big slide. Now he's going to try to pit.
Yeah,
no.
this is it. He comes across the track. Mike Wallace gets into the side. Watch him go back up the racetrack here and go straight into the wall.
See, Mike Wallace was racing, saw Jarrett coming down and went to the apron to miss him. So Jarrett must have cut a tire down that big slide in turn 3 and said, I'm coming to the pits.
Just bad timing.
Here came Mike Wallace. Wow. All right, Jeff Gordon is in the pit. Glenn Jarrett.
Well, Jeff comes in, Mike. They're going to make a 4-tire change. They will take some bite out of the car this time. Of course, Jeff has been complaining all day about how tight the car has been. They were going to take 2 rounds out of the thing, so obviously that's pretty tight. Everybody we have talked to up and down here has been talking about how tight their cars were. Gordon is down in a way, but everybody except Rusty Wallace up and down pit road, the guys in the lead lap were complaining about their cars being tight. Robin Pemberton told me that their car was okay. Gordon was out in 19.88 seconds.
Dale Jarrett, a little bit of a limp, but he walks to the ambulance and is okay. Here it is again.
Well, you see him go in here. The car gets a little bit loose. We don't know whether he had a tire problem or what. Right here, he's in trouble. He starts to get sideways. He chases it up the racetrack here. He gets it back under control, right up in the middle part of the corner here. Ricky Craven goes by. You see he's very slow right here. He decides to pit. He comes across the racetrack very slowly.
You know, his wheels are turned left. Oh, okay, they straight.
Okay, here comes Mike Wallace. They make contact. Now Mike's car, you see the wheels are cut to the right. They gather each other up and head back up towards the wall here.
Mike was not intending to pit. When Jarrett came down the racetrack, Wallace went down to the apron to avoid him and just couldn't clear him coming through.
Okay, they both took hard hits.
All right, Bobby Labonte in. There's Ward Burton, Ricky Rudd. Pit stops continue. Lap 413. Mike Wallace's car being hooked up to the wrecker. He is already out of it. A hard crash. And we'll be right back. We're under caution at Dover Downs. back at the back
that he thought he
the
could
spotter,
get in.
that the spotter said get in.
Yeah,
You know,
that had
yeah.
to be because
It's the only thing I can
he
think
chased
of.
it up there. He was slow and come straight
Gary,
across.
do you have anything wide that would show us how far back Mike Wallace
Man,
was when that unfolded?
Yeah, because there's no way.
Okay, thank you.
Man, I'm gonna tell you. And see what happened when they hit together. It turned Mike's car a little bit sideways, so he steered back into the slide, and once he hit the blacktop again, he just took right off.
And he had to worry about missing Lake,
but
because Lake was a
Mike
lob right in front
Mike
of him.
Wallace had nothing to do with that at all.
All right, okay, thanks.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't even see Mike.
Dale really entered high in that corner, real high.
Well, you don't know whether they had tire trouble or not.
Yeah,
but
look how high he is.
Right here.
Yeah, right.
Lap cars.
Now, he gets sideways. See him chase it? Now, he's got it back under control. Somebody said, come across, and boom.
Yeah, just a little bit, and then here's where the big deal.
I think Mike's tire wheels might have been cut to the right after that bump, part for the slide, but
yeah.
also to miss Lake.
Well, what you do,
he was going straight into Lake's speed.
Anytime you turn down on the grass like that, you'll
Get
correct
loose.
to keep the car straight.
Right.
Yep. Yep.
Well, Dale had a good night in Atlantic City. Not too good here.
My.
He
Oh,
might just stay there for the weekend. He and Digger.
Well.
Today's exclusive coverage of the MBNA 500, presented by Gladiator Vans on TNN, is brought to you by Napa. We keep America running.
Packed house here at Dover Downs for the MBNA 500, and cloud cover coming back over the Speedway, as we'll have 85 miles to go. Virtually everybody has been on pit road, and the cleanup continues from the Mike Wallace, Dale Jarrett incident. Here's our Peerless Innovation in Motion, brought to you by Peerless Faucet. Get more out of your faucet than just water. Kyle Petty's crew chief, Barry Dodson.
The first race at Dover Downs, a tire problem was not the only problem we were faced with. Once we got the tires, we didn't have time for the glue that holds the lug nuts to set up quick enough to have good pit stops. We found a solution to that. They're called lug fast. It's two-sided paper. All you do is peel it off, stick it on the wheel, and stick your lug nut on. That enabled us to make fast pit stops and win the race.
Big little innovation in Winston Cup racing. There's a company in Connecticut, R&R Wheel, makes glueless lug nuts that are spring-loaded, but those aren't approved for Winston Cup racing. They are for modified and some other forms of NASCAR racing. So here they used to glue them on, and have to do it this way. Look at this. Wow. Junie Donlevy owns that car. His boys have some serious work to do. It's going to be a long ride back to Richmond, Virginia tonight.
Yeah, I'm flying back with Mike, and I'm just thinking right now he's probably wanting to get over the gate and get back out of here. So I feel really bad for them, both of them. You know, we're inside what, 85 laps to go or something here, and a short ending to it.
Mike was okay. We did see Dale Jarrett climb up. Mike also got out of the car under his own power, and look at this.
Another one.
There's a concrete car. You can fill that one with concrete. Kind of, or send it off to the great BFI in the sky, perhaps.
Buddy, it's hard to think about what happened, but I think you brought it up best. Maybe he thought there was enough room to come on and get in pits. Maybe had a flat tire.
Well, you know, the biggest thing there is when he turned across and started down, he actually got down to the flat, but your brother noticed that he was coming across, and he tried to dodge him on the bottom side. He'd already made that commitment on the bottom part of the racetrack, and he just got caught up in it. It was nothing to do with anything he done wrong. He was just he seen Jarrett coming across the racetrack, and he tried to avoid him on the low side and got caught up in the wreck.
We talked earlier about the championship and coming from behind with this few races left. After Dover, Bill Elliott led Alan Kulwicki back in 4th place, 278 points behind. And today, coming to Dover, Jeff Gordon leads Earnhardt, who is in second in the points by 279. Now, Gordon has already locked up 5 points for leading the most laps and 5 points for leading a lap, so he has 10 bonus points today to Earnhardt's none. There's your leader. With Mike Wallace, Randy Pemberton.
Well, Mike, the replay showed nowhere to go. How did you see that incident unfold?
Well, unfortunately, I guess, you know, as I say, it's one of those racing incidents. Looks like Dale must have broke something or cut something down getting into 3 there. I thought he just got loose and run up the racetrack, so I went to the bottom, and when I headed to the bottom, I was committed there, and I looked up and seen the left front wheel on his car turned all the way to the left, and he started coming down. It's just a real unfortunate deal that we wrecked, you know. I mean, apparently he cut down a tire or broke something in the front end, and we were just in the wrong place at the wrong time today.
Hard lick for both of you guys. Are you okay? And did you see Dale?
Yeah, you know, it was an extremely hard lick, and it bruised up my leg and my foot, but Carl and the kids are at home. I'm doing fine. Carl will be on this evening, but Dale looks like he's got a bruised up rib or something, but it was a hard hit, you know, and it's just a shame because I think they were running second or third and had a great run going, and, you know, we were running 20th or 21st and was going to have a good day and or a decent day, and just trying to log laps and get to the end. And unfortunately, Heiligmeyer's Ford Thunderbird wasn't able to get there.
Better luck next week.
I hope so.
Very dejected Mike Wallace got caught up in something not of his making.
Boy, oh boy, I mean, he hit hard on that outside wall.
Yeah, like you said, buddy, earlier, you know, the walls, we're running so low on these racetracks nowadays with the tires are so fast and the cars that when anything happens, you've just got such a tremendous amount of ways to go to that wall, and you just virtually pick up speed now.
81 laps to go here. We're going to be under caution for a few more laps. Cheryl from Oregon, what manufacturers won the most NASCAR racers? Going into today, 437 wins to Cup wins for Ford, 421 for Chevy, and 189 for Plymouth, ranks third. We'll be right back.
Six cars on the lead map.
6 cars.
A 4 car all the way back up to 7.
Yep. Just kept digging.
Kept digging.
Old Timex. Took
Just
a
keep
licking and
on.
kept on ticking. Oh,
What's Kyle doing? Kyle.
what is it, Kyle?
Kyle's saying, what do I got to do this year?
Okay.
Yeah, we need to make...
Yeah, we have done that one. Yep. Which one? Oh, yes. Do I have a lead for that? I don't think I do. Okay.
The Glen bite.
Hey, is Glenn checking with Dale? Yes, he is.
Right. Yeah, how do they do the balloting for favorite driver? Somebody called it. Do you know? Yeah.
Is that the Winston Cup Scene newspaper, isn't it?
It's done in Daytona, isn't it, around the round table? No, never mind.
No, that's the rules committee meeting. Right. But where are the ballots? Oh, racing papers. Well, she tuned in late. I think she means Kenny.
Okay, me.
She must mean why isn't Kenny?
Today's exclusive coverage of the MBNA 500 presented by Gladiator Vans on TNN is brought to you by F-Boys Automotive Supercenter.
Welcome back to Dover Down. 79 laps to go. We were talking about lug nuts and things like that. Roger Penske once had a race car that only had 3 studs on the wheel. Brought it, I think, to Riverside, California. So what do you need 5 for? So they had a set of wheels made up, I think, for the Matador that Bobby Allison drove with only 3 lug nuts. NASCAR took one look at that and said, No. Now, in 1970 in the Daytona 500, this is a great field and fast fact. Crew chief Ray Fox rigged up a lug wrench with a 5-prong end that would loosen and tighten all 5 lug nuts with one flip of the trigger on the Tiny Lund Dodge Daytona. NASCAR said, no, that wouldn't work either. They say no a lot.
They do. They have a good system. I tell you, they kind of work on the broken wheel theory. If it's not broken, don't fix it.
They keep it competitive. And that's why all of you folks watch it, and that's why there's 90,000 people here today. Let's go to pit road and Glenn.
Well, Mike, just to update you on what happened down here, of course, I said Jeff Gordon came in. They did take a little wedge out of the car. It's still a little bit tight. They put 4 tires on it. We can't get them to tell us if they put 4 stickers or 2 scuffs and 2 stickers. We think it was the latter. Down in Dale Earnhardt's pit, he's still fighting to push. They took a rubber out of the thing and put 4 stickers on it. Bobby Labonte had problems. He came in. He was fighting a tight race car. They were supposed to take 2 rounds of bite out. The crew only got 1 round out. So they brought him back in, and Jimmy Maycar himself went out and adjusted the car that time. So there's only 6 cars in the lead lap. It really didn't cost Bobby that much track position anyway, so we're getting ready for the restart.
Those 6 cars, Jeff Gordon, Bobby Hamilton, Rusty Wallace, Dale Earnhardt, Derek Cope, and Joe Nemechek. Randy?
Dale Jarrett is still in the infield care center. Larry McReynolds, the crew chief, walked out. I asked to get a word with him. He wanted to call Kelly, Dale's wife, to let her know that he'll be all right now. Dale is in a little bit of pain. As a matter of fact, they're going to bring the ambulance up and load Dale in there. Possible couple cracked ribs, so they want to get DJ out of here and to the hospital to check those out. But he's conscious, he's alert, but this kid is sore. He took a heck of a lick up there, as Mike Wallace told us he did as well. So they're going to hold this thing up a little bit and get DJ out of here.
Hard crash. Looking for green this time by. Starter has green in hand. Hold the flag or we get ready to go. Going racing. Here's a great one, buddy. Off our 800 line. Why don't these cars have brake lights?
All you do is run your left foot on the brake about halfway down the straightaway and scare everybody to death. That's why they don't have them.
Kind of redundant. Yeah. All right, let's get ready to restart here. 4:23 on the board. It'll be 86 laps to go. And Jeff Gordon, Sterling Marlin wants to get back on the lead lap. He's the 7th place car. He's going to run Gordon hard into turn 1. And Earnhardt did not get a good restart. Side by side up front, Sterling Marlin trying to get back on the lead lap, turn 3.
You know, Sterling was way off at one time. Now he seems to have the measures for Jeff Gordon. Here comes Bobby Hillin by to get back in the lap.
And here comes Hamilton for the lead on the bottom. Bobby Hamilton driving for King Richard. Puts the STP Pontiac in front, and Gordon is right with him.
You know what might have happened there? I didn't see him clean his tires before the green come back out. He might have had a little bit of tire buildup on that car, and it wouldn't get traction when he got down in the corner. You can see he's flying again now.
And he comes down the racetrack to cover the low groove, and Gordon has the lead. Hamilton, I don't think, is going to let him get away.
Well, if you don't clean those tires off, when they drop that green flag, it's just like you have a flat up there. But have all that rubber buildup on your tires.
75 laps to go.
Gordon's strong, though. He stayed on the outside of Bobby. See the difference in line, though? Right in the middle of the corner, Bobby's quick. I don't think it's going to be much longer. These two are going to get their rhythm and run down those guys trying to get their lap back.
Jeff Gordon looking for his 7th win of the year. Bobby Hamilton looking for his 1st win ever in Winston Cup competition.
That may be the difference right there. Jeff Gordon has won this year. Bobby Hamilton has not won. Michael Waltrip's in trouble there. You see the car going up the racetrack. He has a flat tire, it looks like.
Looks like Michael's, he hit the wall and his tie rods are broke, I think. Yes,
that's it.
Car won't steer.
He can hardly steer that thing right now. Caution flag is out on the racetrack. Probably a lot of debris down at turns 1 and 2.
And that's why Sterling Marlin puts on such a race. You never know what's going to happen. He's back. He made up 1 lap there.
Yep, Sterling Marlin and Bobby Hillin.
Michael Waltrip had a decent run going. He was a couple of laps off the pace. He was still in the top 25. And that car will coast to a halt down at the bottom of the racetrack with him unable to steer it back to pit road. Good bit of controversy around Michael Waltrip about what he'll do next year. A couple of folks have said they're in line for that ride, but Michael was rather emphatic when asked about it yesterday. 1996, Michael.
The ironic thing about this deal is we all signed up for an extra year a couple years ago. Me staying was a big part of Pennzoil signing on and staying. And now we're coming up to that extra year, and it's like people are talking about me leaving. I don't know how all that works out, but planning on being right here.
That's what he said pretty emphatically. He plans on driving that car next year.
That's what he said to me also. Wow.
Look at
There's
Derek
a lot
Coates'
of damage to Derek Coates' car as we are looking here. They're jumping on the front valence there, trying to get it all bent down.
Yeah, there's a little bit more that happened than what we were able to tell, evidently, with Derek getting his front end bent up and Michael getting into the wall there.
Now, Derek was the 4th place car. He has one top 5 run this season at Darlington in the spring. He finished 5th. So he was looking for a season best finish.
I think he's going to be okay as long as that left front tire didn't get hurt bad. The valence is a little bit high.
Now the mane and tail and duct tape board.
You see Sterling Marlin there. He just made a pit stop. He got his lap back, took on 4 tires. He's going to go up there and get after him again.
Well, he gets the attaboy award for the day because to get a lap back from Jeff Gordon on a day like this, that is a tall order.
You know, and what happens in this race, and the crews are in there and they're saying, what are you doing trying to race with the leader? Well, you know, he raced with the leader and the caution flag fell. Now he's right back in this thing.
And that's what restarts are for. That's why they line them up double file. So if you get a lap down and you make your car better, you get a chance to get it back, and Sterling Marlin did just that. 71 laps to go. We'll take a break while we're under caution, and you ride along with Dave Marcus and look at the top 10. Where's the checkoff light?
Looks like Dale's in the ambulance now. I can
Can anybody find out what happened to Derek Coates? I never.
Yeah. I believe Rusty loaded up the carburetor on that right before that last green flag. He loaded up, and I think Derek hit him. Is that possible? Was he running behind him?
Well, Derek's front end's all messed up. He hit something.
Yeah, that would be Rusty. I was with DJ back there. So
okay.
Yeah, he bent up the front. They're going to change 4, so that gives them 70 laps to go on these tires. So
they'll be close.
How many cars in the lead lap?
6.
Yeah, well, that wasn't a bad move for
7. 7 now. Sterling Marlin.
Yeah, 7 because Sterling got his lap back.
Okay.
There's only 3 cars at lap 427. 10th place is Bobby Hillen.
Let me try here, Gale. Gale, what? Yep. Oh, he got Rusty? Okay. 12 got Rusty on the restart when the 3 car didn't go. And the ambulance is coming out, Joel,
yeah, he made
with
it.
DJ in it. Okay, it's gone. $70 laps to go at Dover Downs. Mike Joy with Buddy Baker and Kenny Wallace. Glenn Jarrett, Randy Pemberton on pit road as Ray Evernham has a look out at the racetrack, and his driver, Jeff Gordon, who has led most of this race, already locked up the bonus points for leading the most laps today. And Derek Cope. Derek apparently ran into Rusty Wallace on the restart. Dale Earnhardt did not get going on the start, and that backed up the cars behind him. Randy's there.
Well, they just came in and put a little tape on the 12's nose. Rusty Wallace also said that he loaded up the carburetor. He told the crew, remind me to blow that thing out before we get ready to go green. So if Dale checked up, Rusty was also having a little problem, and Derek was the, I guess, not the benefactor of it.
And Glenn Jarrett's been to check on Dale.
Yeah, Mike, just so I can let the rest of the family know, I talked to Dale. They did remove him and take him to the hospital downtown for some x-rays, but he is conscious, he is alert, he's in some pain. They think that he might have cracked a couple of ribs, but he told me exactly what I needed to do to find a ride to the airport, that we were going home tonight. So everybody at home, he's okay. We'll be home sometime later.
Getting ready for the restart, 1 lap to go. 6 cars, make that 7 cars on the lead lap now. That Sterling Marlin has gotten a lap back. Jeff Gordon, Bobby Hamilton, Rusty Wallace, Dale Earnhardt, Joe Nemechek, Sterling Marlin, and Derek Cope. 1 lap down are Bobby Labonte, Mark Martin, and Bobby Hillen, having a good top 10 run today. 2 laps back, Ted Musgrave, Ricky Rudd, Ken Schrader. 3 laps down, Robert Presley. 4 laps back, Ricky Rudd, Jimmy Spencer, and pole sitter Rick Mast.
Got 1 dead.
Now they're telling Kenny Schrader who he has to race against and how they're running. A little bit of advanced strategy for this last run.
You You heard him say, just be a little patient. It'll all work out.
Also possible that Derek Cope got into Earnhardt as well on the restart, so he certainly got into somebody. He'll ride with Mark Martin for this restart as they come to turn number 4.
Right now, these guys are thinking, hey, man, we only got 70 laps to go. Let's get single file and finish this deal out. They're all right down to the end of having good finishes.
Green flag. Back down the front straightaway.
See a little bit of smoke out of the back of Bodin's car as he goes down in the corner here. I don't know what's causing it to smoke like that, but it's definitely throwing a little bit of smoke up.
All right, now Terry Labonte separates Jeff Gordon from Bobby Hamilton. Terry is 3 laps down in the Kellogg's car.
You see Terry just move over and let him go. That is real sportsmanship, and someday he'll return the favor.
That's right. Forget anything about team racing. The lead car and Labonte are both Hendrick cars, but Terry, if he's not going to be part of the race, he's not going to mess up the race. Exactly right. Good sportsmanship.
Well, it comes down to this, Kenny.
Here it is.
Jeff Gordon out there leading the race. Just behind him, I think, a car that can run just as fast as him. Your brother there in the number 2 car.
Yeah, I was just going to say, you know, it's showtime now. And, I mean, I know Gordon's even going to run harder, but this is it. Those 3 right there on the screen. Bobby Labonte is down a lap. So it's going to be between these 3 right now.
Well, the question is going to be not how they run right now, but if this race goes to conclusion, how will they run on 65-lap tires when we get down to the final laps?
Well, we've seen it several times, and Bobby Hamilton has had a very good car on long runs. So I think it's going to be a very tight battle, and you see Rusty now. He's dialed in all day on this car. He's starting to move in on Hamilton just a little bit.
That's the thing about it, you know. I mean, we don't know what's going to happen, but Rusty's staying with him, and he hasn't been able to do that all day.
So the first 100 miles, you're telling the drivers to be patient. Now we're telling the fans to be patient. Jeff Gordon's taken off on the restart as we expected he would, but it is likely the race will come back to him. There is the lead that Gordon has on Bobby Hamilton.
The thing about it is it cycles out. You know, 30 laps, this car's fast. You know, at lap 50, this car's fast. So if there's no more cautions, you know, it's hard telling what's going to happen because they've tuned on these cars all day long.
Well, it hadn't been that long ago we were talking about Rusty had to pick the pace up just to stay in the lead lap. Now he's running up in the top 3 positions there. As a matter of fact, in 3rd, and he looks like he is as fast as either one of Gordon or the 2nd place car now.
Randy?
You know, I was talking to crew chief Robin Pemmon, and he talked about his first year being with Rusty Wallace. Now, they may only have a 3rd place race car, but when they started this race, they had about a 20th place race car. The car was just no good. Looking back to Darlington, Robin said because of the cautions, the more cautions, the better they are, especially if they're not running well. They made 20 to 25 changes on that car. He said Rusty is without a doubt the best that he's ever worked with as far as being able to find what the car needs in order to get it running quick, and he's done a heck of a job with it today.
And that's the consensus of the folks in the garage, that he was probably the number 1 chassis man behind the wheel in a Winston Cup car today. Here's the 4th place battle, and again, Joe Nemechek will have a chance to run down Dale Earnhardt. A couple of years ago at New Hampshire, Nemechek passed Earnhardt on the last turn of the last lap to win a Busch Grand National race there at Loudon.
Talking about Joe Nemechek right now, this is the best run he's had all year. Look at him pull up on Earnhardt as they start down the front straightaway here. Nemechek driving his heart out right now.
Yeah, this is the race of Joe Nemechek's career. I mean, it's the longest race of the year, maybe besides Charlotte, and he's running 5th right now.
9th at Pocono in July. Nemechek's best finish in 1995. He is perhaps a top 5 car today.
Pulls up on him in the middle part of the corner. Earnhardt looking in that mirror, I guarantee you, saying Nemechek is running just as well as I am as he looks to the inside to try to make the pass.
Well, you can tell Earnhardt's car's really pushing up off the corner. You can see his wheel. He had to time it just right to pull the wheels back.
And it's been like that all day. He has not been strong from the middle of the corner on out.
Yeah, let's see if we get a shot of Earnhardt coming off of, he's going to try to make up for it. He's going up and he's going to come down. But let's see if that, well, that's not his strong point right there.
58 laps to go. This is far from over.
The only thing about Earnhardt, he will move around on the racetrack and get everything out of that chassis he can without really abusing the tires. So he's looking
Turn
right now to
2,
get
somebody
past.
Smoking heavily. Rick Mast, the pole sitter. NASCAR officials watching it, see if Maz can get to the bottom without getting any fluid on the racetrack.
No caution so far.
Boy, right in the bottom groove. Well, he's going to make it to pit road, and it looks like we're going to stay green.
Yeah, big scare for the whole field. You know,
Yes.
the spotter's saying, hey, there's somebody, we don't know if there's liquid down in that corner, but it seems to be okay. We're just back racing normal.
The driver goes in and goes, whoa!
Yeah.
Yes, there was. Not this time. Not this time.
Yeah, well, all this has happened right here. It looks like the only person that's got anything for Jeff Gordon is Bobby Hamilton. Rusty's kind of lost ground to him.
This is a great battle here, though. Fifth, or rather, fourth place.
Nemechek still taking that look on the inside. He is very strong right here. You see him close up some 2 car lengths in the center part of the corner. When they hit the straightaway, though, that 3 car is a rocket.
Dale Earnhardt has got black gloves, but he's got a little white spot on it. And that's what I'm watching. I'm watching where his hand location is.
That's
coming off these corners.
Those are Simpson gloves. That's a little piece of leather there, so that if you have to reach back and wipe your goggles or your face shield.
Right, and you can watch a little white spot there in the windshield. Well, not that angle right there, but we had one earlier. And you could, there we go. There's that little white spot. You can watch his location on the wheel. And being a race car driver, I kind of know where he's at with the car.
Well, I learned something today. I didn't know that was that little leather part was to wipe your goggles. I never knew that, and I wore them half my life.
Thought him for a fight, right?
All right, 53 laps to go. Jeff Gordon leads it. Bobby Hamilton trying to close back in and win his first Winston Cup race. Willie, stay tuned.
Like
a little chamois, you know?
Yeah, I never even thought of it.
That's those people that are dumb enough to drive cars without roofs and race in the rain.
I just done this if it got bad.
Oh, okay.
Were you able to do that?
Rusty's kind of dropped off now.
Yeah.
Ern.
Joel? Could
you know who's going to pull
somebody
back up in
remind
this
Jennifer she's got to cancel one of my rooms by 6 o'clock. I guess we don't need the one in Dover.
Car. He's catching Nemechek and Earnhart. Sterling reeling him in.
He can't catch a 24.
No, he ain't going to catch him. Looks to me like Sterling.
If she cancels the one at the Comfort Inn in Dover, I've got a room, I guess, up in Wilmington. Be closer to the airport, since we're not racing tomorrow.
Yeah, he just
Man, he almost got into him there. Did you see it?
Yep.
Yeah, he got him.
Yep.
Who got it? Oh, he got
it. Nemechek's going, yes. Seminole.
These things, the best passes always happen in commercial.
Yeah.
The best passes always happen in commercial.
Wow, you were away.
Yes. Yes, we can. And yes, we'd better.
Nemechek's got to be something.
Oh, you know he is. You know he is. I mean, there's no, like,
that pass
real crew chief on that team. I mean, that's just a family put-together deal. Everybody's leaving.
They better get going, though. That 4 car is getting. See him coming?
I think, well, they're either afraid of the traffic or they think it's over. They're usually wrong. No, of course not.
She's gone.
Can you see? Welcome back to Dover, where the sun continues to try to poke through. It's not having a lot of luck, but we have been rain-free since about 1 o'clock this afternoon. Dale Earnhardt has surrendered, well, 4th place anyway for the moment, to Joe Nemechek.
He's fixing to surrender more than that. Just behind him, Sterling Marlin got back in the lead lap a while ago. He's pulling down on Earnhardt.
Here's how it happened.
Earnhardt just pushing really bad.
Snaps right back down on Nemechek, but can't get back by him. And then Joe drives away. Ricky Rudd just got passed as well, but that was not for position. Here comes Sterling, though, and this will be for 5th place. And back at 8th place, 1 lap down, Bobby Labonte and Mark Martin go at it. 45 laps to go. If there is not another caution, then tire management and setup really becomes key, because everybody's fast on brand new tires. What happens when we get down to the last 10 laps?
Well, that's hard to say, and the way the sun's doing it heats in and out of the clouds here all afternoon. So if it stays like it is right now, that's, I think, in Jeff Gordon's favor.
Eighth place battle, Bobby Labonte and Mark Martin are watching. Meanwhile, Sterling Marlin has caught Earnhardt. That'll be the 5th place race. There is Marlin, just 2 car lengths away, and you see from the middle of the corner on out, that's where Earnhardt's losing his time.
Well, Sterling fought a great battle to get back on the lead lap, and he may be one of the faster cars in the whole field right now. He's run them down from like straightaway back, and he's right on Earnhardt's bumper as they start down the back straightaway.
In the point parade, Marlin came here to go over 29 points behind Earnhardt. He's 3rd in the standings. And we showed you earlier those big cliffs. I mean, it's $900,000 from 1st to 2nd. And Winston payoff money for the championship. It's a big drop also from 2nd to 3rd. Neither of these 2 drivers has led the race, so no bonus points today.
Here's where Sterling's car is really running up out of the corner. He looks to the low side of Earnhardt and makes the pass.
Now Earnhardt tries to loosen him up. Have we seen this move before?
Earnhardt gets bored every once in a while. He'll do sideways.
Big time loose. 4 cars saved it.
Great job by Sterling. Now Earnhardt, he saw that, loosened him up, so he'll run back up here and give him a little cooler dance again here.
He's going to try to terrorize him.
Looks like he's doing a pretty good job of it.
Now let's watch the rear end of Sterling's car here.
A little dancing.
Yeah, see
there
it
goes.
There
it goes. How long do you want to drive like that in front of Dale Earnhardt? Not very long.
See that?
That's been answered.
That right there explains aerodynamics. That means the forward car is perfectly neutral. It's not pushing, it's not loose behind Dale.
Now you watch what happens here. Sterling Marlin is a driver. We'll put it back on you. If he can catch back up to Earnhardt, he'll get right up under his back bumper and let him see what it feels like to take the air off the spoiler.
See, we're down inside. We don't have many laps to go now, so this is where Earnhardt gets up on the steering wheel and it's fighting for position.
8th place, Mark Martin takes it from Bobby Labonte.
This is a great race right here.
Tell you who's coming is Bobby Hamilton. He is starting to wear down Jeff Gordon. He's not there yet. Folks, when he gets there, we'll get there. But Hamilton is closing the gap. There's Bobby. Moving up on Robert Presley, there's Jeff Gordon. So you can see Hamilton is gaining ground in that lap traffic. Let's go to Hamilton's pit. Here's Randy.
Well, I can tell you something. I want to ask Kenny Wallace and Buddy Baker if they've ever driven with a stopwatch in one hand, because that's exactly what these guys are doing on the pit down here. They're driving as hard as they can. Robbie Loomis is driving. Richard Petty's driving. They're trying to help him. Robbie, only about 30 to go. Can you do anything with him? He seems like he's coming.
Yeah, I tell you, right now they're about to hit the tap. It depends how they hit that traffic. You know, Dover's a long day, and they know that traffic flag. I think they'll do it.
Okay, obviously very loud down here, but these guys are optimistic. They run a little bit better as they get going on these tires. So if anybody's got a shot, it's going to be Bobby Hamilton, and Gordon is really tough.
Well, they're playing that Eagles song, The Long Run, down there in the STP pits. We'll see. There's the gap, 1st to 2nd. As Jeff Gordon gets underneath Dick Trickle, there are 35 laps to go. We'll be right back with you here at Dover Down.
There he goes.
Hey, Mike.
Yeah.
Look at this.
What? Where are you?
Oh, he was up under Earnhardt just then, coming off
Sterling?
the corner. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. We can't let go of that. That's pretty good.
He can't catch him, though. I tell you, Earnhardt had to get after it. I know he knew what he... Huh?
Are we going down to Little Creek for dinner?
We could.
To that place? Down to the... Okay.
That'd be great.
That's neat.
Little
What's the answer
Creek.
to that? Yes, they do. It's random. And every once in a while, they'll just walk up to a bunch of people and say, here's the bottle. And
Is Musgrave's
it's very random
down?
testing. They can do it
Yeah,
at any
he's
time.
down.
We didn't on the air
12.
today yet. No. I was kind of
2
hanging
laps
on to
down.
that.
2 laps down. Because he's fast, man. Look at him.
Yeah, he is, isn't he? Look at him.
Diamond in that one. Okay. I think we're going to race for all. I think the racing's going to be good. Want to set these aside? Or do you want to look at them? Do you want to look at them? Or? Okay, great.
Well, he's
What's that
reeling
say?
in.
In what? Oh, interesting. Okay.
Kinda.
Got it. How about the wedge adjustments? Well, they don't allow any driver adjustments. They think the driver's got enough to do. So they want the adjustments made on pit stop. So that's easier to talk about once we're done. Oh, was that it? Okay. Oh.
You see that?
What's that?
I looked real fast back to the camera. Looks like Gordon's inside.
16 car got past 4 car.
Ride with Dave Marcus around Dover Downs International Speedway past Lake Speed as we have just 30 laps to go. Is Bobby Hamilton catching Jeff Gordon?
For television, yes, he is. He's closing in
Stop
here.
that. 1.5 seconds is the gap. Rusty Wallace 6 seconds back of the leader. 10 seconds back to Joe Nemechek. I think the gap is or was closing when Gordon got in traffic, and now it appears like maybe it's opened up just a little bit again.
Well, I'm sure Jeff's being very cautious right now. He's coming up behind Jimmy Spencer. You see him going down on the low side there. That car is nailed to this racetrack. It's going to take a great race car to catch him.
We were watching the 5th place battle, but Sterling Marlin has dropped way back off Dale Earnhardt now. There's Hamilton in 2nd place, trying to win his first Winston Cup race and the first for Petty Enterprises since 1983. Petty won 7 here. Very popular figure at Dover, as of course he is everywhere he raced. Jeff Gordon continues to roll on.
I tell you, I know Bobby Hamilton wants to win, but second ain't bad. He drove a great race today. He's drove his heart out, and if he finishes second, he don't have to apologize to anybody. He drove hard all day long.
Kyle Petty won here from 37th. Hamilton started 32nd. For Crystal in Ohio, Johnny Mans came from 43rd to win the Southern 500, the first one in 1950. And Bonnie Flock won the Raleigh 300 in 1953. 43rd is the farthest back a winning driver has started in a Winston Cup race.
Boy, I'm surprised at that because at Darlington they used to start 75 cars, 3 wide.
Is that in the olden days, or was that just?
Did you use a tiller, or did you have a steering wheel? What was the deal?
Kenny, all I can tell you is your mother and father hadn't met yet.
That was a long time ago.
Looking back for the 3rd place car, Bobby Hamilton. There's Rusty Wallace.
Well, no matter what happens to Russ today, he's got to be happy if he finishes where he's running right now. We're getting down to the end here now, about 23 to go. And got a great run going.
Well, things have stabilized for the moment. Let's take a break here, and we'll come back and reset the field for you. Jeff Gordon continues to lead with 24 laps to go here at Dover.
Did he get my bag down there? Is my bag down there?
Bag man.
Hey.
Hey, bag man. What you gonna ask? I want to know.
I don't believe this. Paul from Pennsylvania wants to know, why does Glenn Jarrett have such an old watch on today?
Oh, God.
Come on.
Must be a boring race.
It must be.
Come put it at the bottom of the flag stand. The steps.
if there's nothing else on there.
Well, anybody that didn't know Jeff Gordon before today,
You don't really want me to answer
out
that, do you?
all about this kid right here.
But thank you.
Huh?
I've never seen anybody lead this race this long.
No.
The whole race.
No. Yeah, I have Kale.
Really?
Kale used to be awesome here.
Did he do that?
No neck Kale.
That's right.
He'd get
I like that one.
He'd
That's a
get
good one
about
at
the
the
same
screen
color as the
of the
back
whip.
of that car of Gordon's. His face would be just the same color as the front and back of Gordon's car. And he'd put a whipping on you when he got to looking like that.
You'd be going,
Yeah, wait a minute.
what did I do?
What's this tomato doing?
We'll have final round action from the Pioneer Keystone Nationals NHRA event beginning today. It was going to be at 6:30 Eastern Time, live from Reading, Pennsylvania, right here on TNN Motorsports. Get any closer in this? There's a man who would like it to get a little closer. That's Richard Petty. He'd like to see his driver Bobby Hamilton right up there to challenge Jeff Gordon over these remaining 18 laps.
Well, I think right now the whole deal is if the 24 does not make a mistake, you see Bobby Hamilton still hustling that car as hard as he can go, but it's Jeff Gordon's race to lose now by making a mistake because he is absolutely hooked up. Look at it. They're showing each other, though. They must have closed up a little bit. You see him showing the times there.
They're rooting him on, that's for sure.
Well, regardless of the outcome, Bobby Hamilton and the Petty team have had a great race today.
Here, here.
There's Rick Hendrick and Ray Evernham. Hendrick looking for his 10th win of the season as a car owner. And this would be the 19th win for Chevrolet's new Monte Carlo this year. And Ray Evernham looking to go to victory lane for the 7th time this season with Jeff Gordon.
Well, that car is just, you see it getting a tremendous bite from the center part. But look at Hamilton. I do believe he is closing in, and that's not just for the television audience.
I think you're right. The question is, the scoreboard is closing in on 500 laps.
Yeah, if he's going to catch him, he's really going to have to work hard. At 485.
Now, a lot of folks say that perhaps this would be a better race at 400 miles, that the race is too long. However, Bobby Hamilton may go home today saying the race is about 10 or 20 laps too short. We'll see. A lot of it depends on how Gordon catches this race traffic.
That's for sure, because although the group has got a little bit wider, it's still not where you can keep your speed up passing somebody on the outside. You go to the outside to pass somebody, it's going to slow you up. Although I will say Jeff Gordon is running a groove nobody has run today. He goes in the corner low. He looks like he slides up almost clear out of the black. Let's watch him go into one. Well, he's passing lap traffic, but that is almost a groove he's been running.
Yeah, he's been higher on the racetrack through the corners than almost any of the lead cars.
Let's see if we can get him by himself here. He's going into 3. There he goes up the track. He's a real hot, well, compared to, say, Bobby Hamilton.
You see him pull it back down there. When he gets back on the throttle, he starts going lower, where Hamilton starts to go out towards the wall a lot sooner than does Jeff Gordon.
Right. Bobby stays right on the bottom, especially in turn 1 and 2 does Jeff Gordon get really high. But he's keeping a lot of momentum. That's enabling Jeff to drive in the corner hard. Here he's coming up off of turn 4.
See him pull it right back down to the bottom there.
Right, let's watch him go into turn 1 here. This is what I've been noticing all day. See if he goes as high as I've been watching him. Yeah, look at that, way up there.
He's very close to getting out there where all the marbles are, all that rubber buildup out there, and he don't want to get the right side out in there, or we will see the change for the lead.
Right, Bobby Hamilton's a clear full car length lower.
10 laps to go, and Gordon has approximately a 3-second lead. Take you back to the 4th place car. Another driver's had a fine run today. Joe Nemechek in the Burger King Chevy.
You know, buddy, Mike, one thing you admire about this is a family-run organization. There's no big-name crew chief over there. They got a great
Mike Borschinger, fellow whose name I'll bet you've never heard on network television.
And doing a great job. So he's coming up, and they're going to be looking at him because these guys have done a great job putting something together.
Well, sooner or later, this guy will give Jeff Gordon a heck of a run for it because he come up through the Busch Grand National Circuit just like Jeff Gordon, and he has a lot of ability.
Great run today. If you can be around at the end of this race we're watching today, like Joe is, that's pretty hard to do.
He is fourth and one of 7 cars on the lead lap. Gordon the leader, Hamilton second, Rusty Wallace third, Nemechek fourth, Earnhardt fifth, Sterling Marlin sixth, and now Derek Cope has gone a lap down, joining Mark Martin in 8th place, 1 lap down. 2 laps back, Bobby Labonte and Ricky Rudd in 10th. Ted Musgrave 11th, Kenny Schrader 12th, 3 laps back. Bobby Hillin is 13th, and 4 laps down. In 14th is Robert Presley. Terry Labonte is 15th in his 500 career start today, consecutive start.
We're following Jeff Gordon around here. Sterling Marlin made up a lap a while ago. Here comes Gordon to put him that lap back again. I mean, Jeff Gordon is not wasting any time around this racetrack.
And you know what, buddy? I'd look a couple cars ahead of him. There's Dale Earnhardt. I mean, Jeff is just on a rail.
Robbie Loomis voted the Western Auto Mechanic of the race. Very deserving award. There is Robbie. He'll pick up a nice check for that. Bobby Hamilton, it appears, will get his best career finish today. 6 laps, 5 this time by.
Yeah, this is when you can hear every bolt in that car and everything that moves. You can hear everything. When you're out in the lead like that, you start hearing the ghost in the back end of the car and the front also. But Jeff Gordon won so many times this year. They have a great team.
3rd place car of Rusty Wallace. Wasn't one of the best when they started the race, but they got it there. Got it right up into contention. And that was the backup car, the car he qualified. He turned and backed into the wall after a brush with another car in Saturday morning practice.
Now, Rusty wears all white gloves. You can watch his hands really working in there. Watch these white gloves come up over that one. There they are. Yeah, they've had some adversity this week of crashing their car that they planned on running, and they're coming from the back of the pack.
Flips up the visor, hand back on the wheel. He's busy in a race car. He fidgets.
He does. Rusty saws on the wheel a lot, and the computer showed him one test session that he was sawing back on 4th on the wheel, and he said, "No, I'm not." And so they slowed up his steering box a little bit so he wouldn't saw on it so much.
3 to go. Jeff Gordon has worn them out today. In 1974, Richard Petty led 491 of the 500 miles. This is the second most dominant performance in some time for Jeff Gordon. It is the most dominant performance since Richard Petty led all but 9 laps here in 1970.
Well, this would have been the same type of race for Bobby Hamilton had Jeff Gordon not been here today. But Jeff Gordon is flying around this racetrack. You see Bobby Hamilton about a half a straightaway back.
Bobby Allison in 1982 led 486 laps.
Boy, he just hogged the whole show up.
Bob ran really well here at Dover. White flag for Jeff Gordon, the young 24-year-old driver from Pittsburgh, Indiana. He is 2 turns away from his 7th victory of 1995.
Boy, oh boy.
Ray Evernham, Rick Hendrick, the car owner, Randy Dorton, and Hendrick engine. Powers off the corner, all but laps Sterling Marlin, and the checkered flag waves over Jeff Gordon. Bobby Hamilton, a well-deserved 2nd place for the Petty Enterprises team. Congratulations there going out to Robbie Loomis. And Jeff Gordon will leave Dover with a 309-point advantage over Dale Earnhardt. Here's the trophy that goes to Jeff Gordon and Rick Hendrick, Ray Evernham, Randy Dorton, and the rest of that Hendrick Motorsports DuPont team. And in victory lane, Glenn Jarrett.
And Jeff Gordon is climbing out of his Monte Carlo. Big cheer from the fans. These aren't fans, these are crew guys. Saw Jeff put his sunglasses on. I told him, I said, "Jeff, what are you doing that for?" "It's not, the sun's not shining." He said, "Man, from where I'm sitting, it's shining brightly." Jeff Gordon, another dominant performance. What a great day you had in that car.
I don't know if I've ever had this good a day, man. This car was just awesome. You know, I really got to thank these Rainbow Warriors on this DuPont Chevrolet, man. That thing was just hooked up today, and you know, Ray and them made the call. This morning we didn't know what it was going to be like after it rained, and man, the thing was just perfect. We had one set of tires I got a little bit tight on, and it got me real worried, but man, the guys came right back, freed it up. Man, that thing was just awesome.
Another giant step toward that first Winston Cup championship.
Well, you know, again, we didn't gain a lot of points, but we gained some, and, you know, we certainly didn't lose any. And, you know, we're not going to give up, and I'm not stroking, and neither is Earnhardt, you know, but, you know, it's tough out there. This is a big win for us, you know, here in DuPont country. They've always wanted to win one here in a Winston Cup car, and this one's for you guys, man. Appreciate it.
Congratulations to Jeff Gordon. Just so you'll know, you did gain 30 points today. If I can get Ray Evernham over here, Jeff's going to get a big kiss from his wife, Brooke. Ray, come on over. We'll present the Miller Genuine Draft plaque. Ray Evernham, of course, the winning crew chief. On behalf of TNN and Miller Genuine Draft, the Pit Crew Award, you guys did a great job today. Good pit stops. You made the right calls, and most of all, you kept your driver cool. Congratulations.
Thank you, and as always, I accept this as just being part of the crew. You know, we've got to thank God first because he's the one who lets us do this, and it's a special weekend. It's great to win here in Dover, Delaware for DuPont, and I've got to say it's a great week for me. I want to say hi to my son, Ray J. He's in remission 1 full year, September 26th, without chemotherapy, so it's a really good week.
Well, for you fans that don't know, Ray J is Ray's young son, has a form of leukemia. A couple of times there, I know I talked to you, you had to keep Jeff calm. He gets a little excited sometimes on the racetrack. You're in his ear all the time. He did a great job for you, but you got to take some credit, too.
No, I got to tell you, we talked about that. It's actually me talking to him. It keeps me calm, you know, because we didn't talk in Indianapolis, and I said, man, I was so nervous. I think we messed up. So he likes me to talk to him, and I don't know. I hope he doesn't grow up and not need me someday, because he really made the calls yesterday afternoon to get this car. He knew what he wanted. I was kind of going on down another road with the chassis, and he had a feeling that he was looking for, and he found it. It showed today. And again, I'm so proud of these guys and proud to be part of this Hendrick Motorsports DuPont team. It's, well, I don't know what to do.
Well, I tell you, I think they're going to grow old together. Congratulations to Ray Evernham, car owner Rick Hendricks, and driver Jeff Gordon. Like I said, another giant step towards that Winston Cup championship here today from Dover Downs.
Well, this is kind of Evernham's home Winston Cup track, too. It's from Hazlet, New Jersey, up in modified country. And that Pit Crew of the Race Award is brought to you by cold-filtered Miller Genuine Draft and Miller Genuine Draft Light, taking the country by storm. Today's RCA Pit Strategy Awards brought to you by RCA, changing entertainment again. Mike Borsinger, whose name you have now heard twice on network television. He's the crew chief for Joe Nemechek, kind of unheralded. Well, buddy, Jeff Gordon wore him out today.
He did that, and talking to Richard Petty there, I've seen that smile in Victory Circle, just like Jeff Gordon many times here. Look at Jeff Gordon. This is just the first chapter in a great book.
Well, Richard Petty's a fellow who knows never to give up, because he came from 6 laps down to win here in 1975. Jeff Gordon puts it to him today. Bobby Hamilton finishes second, Rusty Wallace third, Joe Nemechek, the season high, fourth, and Dale Earnhardt finishes up in fifth. We hope you enjoyed our exclusive live telecast from Dover Downs on TNN, the Nashville network, the one that stays with auto racing as its #1 priority all day long. We'll bring you the race live no matter how long it takes. For Buddy Baker, Kenny Wallace, Randy Pemberton, and Glenn Jarrett, I'm Mike Joy. So long from Dover, Delaware.